Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. So we do have a panel today, and we'll do introductions and stuff here in a minute. But I just want to start this off by saying, if you can, make sure you have Candace's stream open as well on another device or on your television. That gives her ad revenue, and that helps support her as well. And obviously, there are, I know, dozens, if not hundreds of people that are streaming this everywhere, which is why that's the only reason why we also decided to stream it. Otherwise, I typically wouldn't have. But with that said, we are going to do the initial upfront. We're going to be doing what we're doing here, which is the watch along, I guess you can call it. And then when that is done, we may take an intermission, but we're going to keep the stream live during that. And then we're going to go into an after party after that. And we're going to break down, favorite moments, who we think won, and all that kind of stuff. So welcome in. Hit that like on the way in. Make sure you subscribe to all the channels. Hey, everyone, I see you. I see your gifts and your jewels. All right, so I'm going to do my little intro. This is for YouTube. Going to make them happy. And then we're going to just kind of be casual. Grab your coffee. If you're laying on your couch with your blanket, get comfortable. And we don't know how long it's going to be. This could be an hour and a half. This could be 4 hours. We don't know how long they're going to go. But official intro. Today, one of the most anticipated confrontations surrounding the Charlie Kirk case is finally happening. Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, face-to-face, with PBD moderating. And we're watching the entire thing unfold together. For months, these two have represented dramatically different views of the evidence, the unanswered questions, and the theories around Charlie's assassination. But tonight, the clips, posts, and arguments from a distance are over. They have to defend their positions directly to each other in real time. As far as I know, they also both have fact-checker teams that are going to be in the control room. We're going to react to the biggest moments as they happen. And after that, like I said, we're doing the after party. The plan for the after party, if everything works out, is to go through categories like biggest crash out, best recovery, those type of things, and rate those pieces and those clips and show them. So make sure you guys join us back for that. And we also may have Heavy Duty Country and Jesse on Fire and possibly Baron at some point during this as well. They've all been invited.
I think Baron said he might show up during the actual debate.
Yeah, during the debate. Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Yep. So like I said, support Candace by watching on another device as well. So she gets the ad revenue and the support as far as numbers go. You can open, the stream on your TV, for example, and just let it play out. And after it's done, we'll be going over the key points and reactions. But like I said, we might do an intermission. And the reason for the intermission, it could be up to an hour or more, is so we can organize everything, go through the transcripts, and find those key moments to actually go over with you guys. So we'll decide that during the stream, depending on how long this goes. And of course, hit like, subscribe, check and make sure you're still subscribed if you want to be. That goes for all of the creators. The platform has a habit of just unsubscribing people against their will involuntarily. So I've seen my numbers jump as much as 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers in one day when I remind people to make sure they're still subscribed. That's not good.
Dude, I was unsubscribed to like CoffeeZilla, to a bunch
Baron.
of people that I've watched. Baron, there's a bunch of people all of a sudden randomly, especially the last month, they've ramped it up.
100%. Now, I just want to remind everyone we're independent and viewer funded, and your support is very much appreciated. And we'll go ahead and do introductions here. We'll start with Kasia. I think you're muted.
Oh, you're on mute, yeah.
Hi, now everyone can hear me, right? Okay, so yes, I'm Kasia, I'm Daily Fredo. I think everyone knows me by now that are here. Obviously very excited about the debate. And hopefully our Candace, our girl, will kick some butt today.
Danks.
What's up, everybody? I'm Danks, at Dankster Intel. Just a deep dive researcher and just here for the truth. Honestly, I've given various opinions on this debate. I think it's great for content, pushing the goalposts forward. That's what I really hope to see, at least some of it. So I'm excited to see what happens. I think Candace will do great. I think Andrew, my prediction is that Andrew will spin out at some point, and Candace will be like, oh, okay. So let's see if that happens. Nice to meet everybody.
And Mr. Costello.
What's up, everybody? I'm Zach Costello. I have the Zach Costello Show on YouTube. Matt, thanks for having me. Thanks for the invitation. Excited for today's debate. I mean, I know myself and a lot of us here have been covering the Charlie Kirk case and doing commentary and doing investigative work on it for a long time. And I think that this is a big moment, I think, for both sides here. In this, whether or not Tyler Robinson is a patsy, Tyler Robinson is the lone wolf. It'll be interesting to see how each side takes frame and frames their argument. I'm going to be looking for that pretty early on. Andrew Wilson was on my channel. We had a long conversation about this, a long debate, I guess you can say. And his strategy is going to be to get Candace to take a position and provide and demand, basically courtroom level proof for everything that she's saying. So it'll be very interesting to see how she avoids that trap, I guess you can say. So I think that's something she's going to need to avoid very early on, or at least be able to position herself effectively very early on, depending on the claim that she's making. I've seen in the intro video with PBD, it's almost like, and this adds to my skepticism of what PBD is doing here. If you looked at that intro video, it has Candace say like Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So I'm wondering if they're trying to like get her into a frame or into a box just right off the bat. So going to be looking for that early on. That's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out from there.
Awesome. And we also have Nissy with us. I'm not sure if she's quite ready yet.
I apologize. I'm late, guys. I apologize.
Well, that's why I start 15 minutes early. But yeah,
Nice.
do you want to
Nice.
introduce yourself to all the audiences?
Yes, I'm familiar with Zach Costello, but I've never spoken to him. Same with Danks, but I've spoken to Matt and Cassia, and we're live now. So I have I'm from the Nissy Social YouTube channel, not Nicey, and Nissy. I as much as I love Candace, she does mispronounce my name, and then I see people mispronouncing it as well.
Hey, I've been doing it right. I've been doing you right all this time.
Thank you, Danks.
All right. So what we're doing at this point is we are just waiting for this to start here in the next, anywhere in the next 5 to 15 minutes, I'm guessing. They're officially supposed to start in 7, but with this much stuff going on and all the technical coordination, they might be starting a little bit late. But we're going to be casual between now and then. We're just casual hanging out. And then during, we might do some reactions and stuff, but we're going to try to not talk over it. And we're going to try to not pause it because we're going to do an after party afterwards and discuss all that stuff.
I wanted to say something. I did notice some people already saying they're stream hopping to all of our streams. It's better if you just stay in one location for all of us. The longer you watch on one channel, whoever you want to watch on, do whatever you want, but it is better, I think, if you stick around on one channel instead of just hopping around.
I would say obviously it's up to you guys, but definitely, because so we're up to almost 7,000 people now live with us between all the channels. So for anyone that just came in, we definitely recommend having a second browser or a second device open with Candace's stream directly on it. There are hundreds of people streaming this today, but we also want to make sure that she's getting that ad revenue as well as the support and numbers. So if you can have multiple devices open, and then also, consider subscribing to all the different people's channels here today and hit that like, help push this out. But this should be interesting.
Yeah, we're going to have a good time. I've been looking forward to it. Interested to see how Candace and Andrew actually approach it, because, it's just like a battle or sport or whatever, or how Baron said the other night, blood sport. You can practice and plan and schedule and coordinate, but when you're in the moment, anything goes, and so that's what's exciting about a debate or anything like this.
Real quick in chat, can everyone check? We're going to do a sound check for each person. Someone, Cassia said she might hear an echo. I just want to make sure there's no echoes going on. Cassia, can you do sound check?
It's not echo. I'm just hearing double, so I'm trying to sort out my own settings. So I'll be quiet for 2 minutes while I do that.
Okay. Zach, Danks, Nissy, do you guys hear any doubles or echoes or anything?
I'm good on my end.
Okay. And then chat, can you put a thumbs up or a 5x5 in chat if you can hear us all okay with no echoes?
I saw in the chat some people asking about the baby. No, we're literally just waiting right now. though it could be today. So if I have to bounce, it's probably because of the baby or there was a scare at the very least.
All right, now Zach, did you want to give us a quick rundown of your experience debating Andrew Wilson?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it was interesting because when I had originally, I guess scheduled to talk with Andrew, it was a thing on X that like he, myself, and like kind of Ian Carroll were involved in, and it ended up with me and Andrew talking and me being like, well, like, hey, if you want to come on and talk about some of this stuff, I've been skeptical of the mainstream narrative the entire time, and I didn't really know what Andrew's position was. He had said some negative things about Erica Kirk. It's no secret that I'm not necessarily a fan of Erica, so I didn't think that we were going to have much disagreement. I was really just interested in kind of his position on things. So when I had him on, I didn't really know his position. It turned into me learning that Andrew basically took the charging documents position, and I've obviously been very skeptical of that. I think one of the main mistakes that I made during that debate, and I've talked to different people about it, like talked to Barron about it since, and Barron said to me, he was like, I initially thought it was a mistake for you to do this, but then as time has gone by, I think it ended up being a good thing because it kind of revealed some of the strategy and what Andrew Wilson was kind of about. It kind of revealed some of the game. And I agree with that. I think what my mistake was is that kind of what I said in my intro is that Andrew tried to get me into a position to make it so that the burden of proof shifted onto me. And that was something that was unnecessary because in fact, I mean, it's the prosecution, it's that side's responsibility. The burden of proof is on them to prove that Tyler Robinson did it. And the best and most effective strategy, it's like, okay, like this, it's the charging document narrative. It's the mainstream narrative. It's the lone wolf narrative. That is what needs to be proven. The burden of proof is on them to prove that. And all of the other holes, it's the dissenting side, I guess you can say, it's our responsibility to poke holes in that argument. And that's where I should have stayed in that debate. I didn't. I mean, there were some good moments that I had, like bringing up like the Joe Kent, evidence that was not looked into by the FBI. We got into like a kind of a semantic war over the word decoy. I expect that to happen today. I expect Andrew to pick apart some of the specific language that Candace uses and try to kind of drag her down into some semantic arguments. It'll be interesting to see how she gets out of that. But I told you this, Matt, before we came on. I think it'll be interesting to see how they have this set up. Like if they're going to be able to show video, to show some things that provide context to the things that they're describing. And I think that if they do, we know that Candace is sitting on a lot of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to show things on screen to back up what they're saying. If we see some new things that we haven't seen before today, I think there are some things that Candace may have up her sleeve that she can do there. So I'll be on the lookout for that. That'll be interesting to see if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that perspective is great. I know Jesse on Fire also. I think Jesse on Fire and Heavy Duty Country have both also challenged him, and I don't know if he turned it down or what, but that never happened. But having that firsthand experience, that's great. And for anyone who's watching right now, if you see that poll on the screen, enter a number so you can vote for Candace, Andrew, or neither by just putting 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever in chat, and that's how this poll works. And I'll be putting these up throughout the debate as well.
Does my vote count as 5 if I put it in the StreamYard chat?
It's actually really
voted
good
for
question.
Andrew. We have 1% for Andrew.
So, what do you guys think? I've made it pretty clear to my audience that I think that this is fun and stuff, but I don't know if any value, like when it comes to actually getting further along, like I said earlier, pushing the goalposts forward. Does anybody else feel the same way, or do you think that maybe we will? Like Zach, you brought up a good point. Maybe we're going to see stuff we've never seen before. I mean, is that a most likely outcome, or do you think the most likely outcome is that it's just going to end up being like, all right, well, next episode's tomorrow, you know, like kind of thing? Or do you think we're going to get something substantial, some type of ending that feels substantial in some regard when it comes to pushing the goalposts forward? Anybody?
Well, I think one thing that might come of it is there might be some people who are believing the Fed narrative and they haven't looked into it much deeper. And this, you know, because I presume that some people from Andrew's audience are going to be watching, this could be an opportunity for those people to hear some of the refuting evidence, people that may have been reluctant to watch Candace before, because I've seen people online make comments saying, well, I don't want to give her my view. I don't want to watch her videos. People who are very anti-Candace, they might be in the Andrew camp, and maybe this can persuade them. I think all of us who have been following this, of course, we're not going to be persuaded. We already know. But hopefully people who were actively avoiding learning what the other side's arguments are might be persuaded.
That's a good point. Yeah, that'd be the best, actually. You know, even if it's a couple of people just to see, because I think a lot of people out there are just, I think they're just piling on instead of doing the research, right? So,
Yep.
For people that are saying it, I am not going to the restroom. I'm eating breakfast. We're not going to get into, oh, they're pooping when they leave thing. All right. All right. So Cassia, she's having some audio issues, so we're going to have her rejoin here in a second. I did do a poll. I said, have you watched a debate before, ever? 60% said no. So this is completely new to over half of the audience. That's
My
very,
favorite debate that I ever watched was when Dave Smith debated Chris Cuomo on the jab.
I don't think I saw that.
I felt vindicated a little bit. He was fighting for all of us who didn't take it.
well, it's a sad
Okay, I'm
discussion.
back. Everything is fine now.
You
I
good?
will be talking now. Yes. Sorry, I had like 3-second delay of all of you talking all at the same time. And to me, it was like swarm of bees in my ear. But now I'm back.
Like radioactive Polish bees. Those are the worst.
Yes. Seriously.
And
All
for people
right.
here, anyone just joining, we're actually at almost 11,000 live with us right now. Let's go.
Wow,
And then we're looking at,
Oh.
we're already past start time. So we're just sitting here right now waiting for them to start. I'm going to be monitoring PBD's channel too in case there's some technical issue on Candace's side, but I think it should be good.
It would be cool if they had like a pre-event camera kind of set up as they're getting ready and stuff. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, like behind the scenes.
Yeah. I think like this community in general is big enough to the point to where we could do more live events like this with a variety of creators. It would be kind of interesting.
Are you talking about debates specifically, or are you just talking about?
No, just chat, like live stream, but in person. You know, I think that would be fun to start like I've talked about it with other people before. Like I'm not at that size yet, but I mean, you know, if there's a tour going around the country, you know, perhaps in different cities, like say there's an organization that hosts these events, and in every city, major city, maybe the creators in that city, they come for a live event, and then it's like a weekend thing where there's all kinds of shows going on. I don't know, like a convention for, I don't know. I just think
You're all welcome to come to Cyprus for holiday. You know,
It's like a non-Erica Kirk Amfest.
Yeah. Yeah.
A better one.
exactly.
Yeah. Not an un-F America tour, not any of that. Just
No.
just America tour.
That's right.
You know,
That's
like,
right.
I'm Erica tour.
An un-Erica.
No.
An un-Erica America
No.
tour.
Guys, it's starting. Okay.
And like we said, we will try to not speak or anything during this as much as possible. We don't know if it's going to be like nonstop action or if they're going to have breaks or how it's going to work, but all right. we know she has her intro is pretty long typically, and I'm watching PBD as well. He's also just like in a standby type of status, so it hasn't officially started yet. Candace has at least 100,000 live right now already.
Gosh, man, 33,000, right? Yeah, that's crazy.
PBD has 30,000. Let me check the Crucible.
Yeah, he's got 30,000.
Crucible. Let's see. Oh, his isn't. Did his not kick off yet? Maybe that's what they're waiting for. But oh, he has 7,000 waiting. So very interesting.
Tiny loser.
I mean, everybody's showing up. I'm looking at all the live streams. I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of
there's
people.
so many people watching this right now.
Wow.
This is the Super Bowl. This is the Super Bowl
Wow.
of debates.
PVD.
Yes, someone commented on one of my videos. They were like, "Oh my god, that's what people who follow sports must feel like all the time."
Imagine gambling on sports. Oh man.
That's guys, it's
Yeah,
40
everybody's
degrees in
live.
Cyprus. I'm trying to sort out my aircon as well.
45 degrees Celsius?
Yes, 40. Yeah.
40?
It's
It's
going to be
very
really
hot.
interesting right off the bat here what specific sides these two take. They're going to try to put each other into specific frames. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. And if both of them try to avoid that box, it's going to be interesting to see how far we get as far as what's covered.
No,
here.
it's gonna be Andrew Wilson. He will focus on one thing and he will continue, do you claim that?
Yes.
Insert.
He's going to
whatever.
continue.
Do you claim
He's
it? Do
going
you
to
claim it? Do you
continue
claim
to
it?
try to do that. He's going to continue to try to do that, and then make
Absolutely.
Candace show literally courtroom level evidence to back up her claims. That's
Yeah.
exactly what he's going to try to do.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys spoke about it already, but that was kind of his tactic when he was debating Stu Peters. Like he kept harping on the Fort Huachuca thing, and he's like, Stu Peters is like, I'm not interested in debating that. And rather than moving on, he spent literally like an hour going
Yeah.
back to that topic and basically like filibustering the whole debate. And then Sneeko wasn't a very good moderator.
Well,
So
I think part of the Stu Peters debate, people said he lost only because he wouldn't take a position. So in that debate, he kept saying that things were wrong and things should be questioned and there are things being looked into, but he never actually said, this is officially what's happening and I have proof. And that's what Andrew is looking for.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if this becomes like a proof demand, like, oh, that it's just gonna, I don't like that. I would like to see a real conversation where they're, that he's got to put up his side. You can't just say everyone's grifting, lying, destroying a company's entire future of business opportunities and then not prove that, I mean, I don't know. And not to put up your side on why we're doing it. You know what I mean? There's something.
The problem is it's just the charging document side. But he's going to say, the thing is he's going to hedge that and say, but I'm open to the fact that, it might be bigger, but you got to show me evidence. Like that's where he's going to sit the entire time.
And he's going to say, well, it doesn't matter. That footage you showed, that picture, it's not in court. So it's not even in play, probably, stuff like that. Because that image she just dropped, what do we do now? I mean, you introduced altered footage into court with the garage footage. So I don't know how you're supposed to, what now,
I think that's the best strategy is just to poke holes in the evidence that has been presented.
100%.
Because that's where all of our skepticism comes from.
100%.
Matt Moon Goddess says
Andrew,
that your bot.
Sorry, Cassia, go ahead.
Go ahead. It's just a message to Matt from Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess, sorry. Your bot put her in timeout. So if you can turn off the bot or make it less strict.
Wait, let me see. I haven't even seen the bot in there. Did the bot even turn on? So I have a bot. I named it Trigger Daddy.
Yeah, Daddy.
Yeah. So my Trigger Daddy bot is much more kind than Nightbot was. So But Moon Goddess has a love-hate relationship with the bots. She likes to use naughty language, and they put her in timeout.
Matt, you recommended
Oh.
Nightbot on my channel. I got it set up, and it just like basically kicked out all my regulars.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I gotta tone this thing down.
Yeah, Nightbot is vicious, bro.
Well, you can tune it however you want, but
Yeah,
by
and I
default,
should
it's
have.
pretty intense.
Yeah, and I should have.
Yeah, it's interesting that I'm not seeing my bot activate. That's interesting. Let me check that out. But I do have great moderators in there right now, so maybe I don't need the bot this time, you know. And thanks to all the moderators across the board, you guys are amazing. We couldn't do it without you. Like this whole like moderation thing, especially it being volunteer in 99.9% of cases, is just incredible.
I also want to give a shout out to my girls that are moderating today. It's a little bit busier than I expected, so I hope they're okay. But those girls are amazing, so I am really, really lucky to have them.
Yeah, shout out to all the mods. Thanks for
Shout out to the mods.
Shout out to the mods.
We have
Yay, mods.
We have 11,000 live with us right now.
I didn't expect it, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't
really
either.
I saw someone commented that it's starting at 12 Eastern Standard Time now.
Well, let me
Did
look.
they?
Because it's moved. Originally, it was 10 Eastern. Then they moved it to 11 Eastern last night. So let's see if they actually moved it another hour again. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if they're having technical issues or something like that, they'd have to keep moving it.
It's like 3 different teams trying to synchronize at
I've
the
only
moment.
seen 11.
We
I mean,
have-
Candace is in the pre-screen now, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm watching it right now. Candace 2 hours ago said 11. I don't see anything else that changed anywhere. I'm checking PBD as well.
Someone says Andrew's trying to
No,
open a
it's-
jar, and that's why it has not started yet.
trying to get that jar open. Yeah, trying to get that jar of evidence open for himself.
Yeah, PBD,
Oh,
same
that's
thing,
a good
11
one.
o'clock. So I don't see any last minute things changing the time.
Maybe something on X. I'll check.
That's why I'm looking right now. I don't see anything changing times yet. So, but like we said, they're coordinating three separate remote locations technologically.
So
this policy-
11 a.m. ET is now?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the last we've heard from them.
So in the meantime, Cassie's going to play viola.
Absolutely. Let me just whip it out.
What if she started playing like some folk country music?
Should we sing for everybody? I mean,
You should. You be baritone,
No.
Can you
I'll be
sing?
bass. Danks will be soprano.
Imagine
I'll rap,
all
I'll
the
rap.
people.
Nissy, thanks for asking. I really can sing. Yeah, I sing for my audience all the time, and they love it.
You sound like you can sing. Like you have a nice talking voice.
You do like
you
the
being
Frank
sarcastic?
Sinatra? Or?
I can't sing at all, and I do it
Oh,
for my
no.
audience. And
I oversold you.
Wait a second. Zach, you did rap, didn't you?
I did rap with Coach. Coach
yeah.
Collin. We did like when Erica came out in her Eminem costume.
Do we have that clip somewhere?
We
Where's
did
that?
like a rap battle. Yeah,
Let's
I
see.
can rap. I mean, rapping is different though. When I try to get like the bravado in my voice, it doesn't go well for me. I try.
I
though.
will
it's
pay
not the
you
lack of effort.
to rap. I will pay you
Can
to
you
rap
freestyle?
right now.
Hey, I'll rap if you do. You won't be alone, bro. I got you.
Danks raps too.
Thanks. You go first.
With a name like Danks, I better rap.
Seriously.
I'm stuck like a trap, grabbing around my ankles, wrapped and won't let go. I'm about to snap, so I hang up my thinking cap, taking down my nightcap. I deserve to relax, maybe eat some Apple Jacks, kick back and recap. But when I do that is when it hits me like smack, and then I wind up black and blue with some tracks. I'm caught up in this death grip of sober in just one rip. All I need is one hit, one match for one fix, but one is too many. I've already done plenty. I need to turn a new penny, but this pressure's too heavy. I need to lighten up. Just have a half a cup, but at the end of the night, I still end up effed up.
You
why-
were waiting for this moment.
Hold on.
I think
He was
Danks.
ready.
I think Danks has been practicing this for like a month.
Was that a freestyle?
It's no, it's not a freestyle.
Oh my
What
gosh,
is it?
man.
No, it's not freestyle. No, I used to write and do music and do shows. I used to travel, and until I was about 22, that's all I did was DJ, rap. You know, I worked in odd jobs delivering pizzas and as a cook, but I did shows for quite some time when I was younger.
Well, I'm looking around and everyone's in the same waiting state everywhere. So I don't think Candace's is different than anyone else's.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Nice one, Danks. So what, you started YouTube in hopes that one day someone will ask you to rap?
Back in the Justin Bieber days, I started taking my stabs at it. YouTube.
He
No,
finally got his opportunity.
No, I started off as a DJ. So my first big show, I DJ'd on My Sweet 16 for this famous kid's daughter, and when I was in high school, and then kind of kept doing that ever since. So a lot of more independent shows, DJing, electronic, hyphy rap music. I was doing clubs. I was emceeing. So I did that for quite some time. Under the age of 21, I was under 18 in some of that. But that whole industry, it got dark. Real, you know, I was young, and when you're left to your lonesome and you have the habits of me, you know, it was all bad. It turned out all bad. There was a distinct track, and I remember deciding to go the underground club route or the MC radio route, and I made the club route decision. So, and I couldn't contain myself. So.
126,000 waiting for Candace's stream.
Yeah, I'm looking
So
at
Danks,
numbers. A lot of people are like 5,000 plus on channels that never get, you know, channels that never stream and channels that never get above like maybe 1,000. They have like 10,000 people in them.
Yeah.
This is a big event. Should it be? I don't know, but it is a big event.
On PBD, 31,000.
Yeah, we let's see, we passed 12,000 here.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us, by the way. That's nice.
Yeah, and actually, let's do a quick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to know, Danks, did you get your name during your MC era? Is that where it came from?
No, I got it a long time ago. When I was, well, yeah, actually, yeah, I guess you could say, because like my nickname came from like a variety of things. Like I was up to no good, but I, for some reason, just I always kind of gave people that energy, like that uplifted energy, like it's a good time, we're having a good time. I've always got the things I had at that time to have a good time, so it was like Danks kind of just stuck, and then my friends and my family and everyone just started calling me Danks. So that was when I was like young, you know, in high school.
Okay.
What about your name, Nissy? Tell us the story there.
Well, it's actually the nickname that my family calls me, Nissy. It's not my real name, obviously. It's not my government name, but my family calls me Nissy. My friends.
What's the government name?
It's a secret. You know what it is? All right, I'll reveal it here on the stream. I'll reveal my name. My name's Anissa, but people call me Nissy.
Anissa. That's a nice name, by the way. Nissy as well. Anissa. All right.
Yeah.
I don't care for either one. No, I'm just kidding. So I just put a poll out here really quick. This poll is asking. So we're kind of throwing around the idea of doing an intermission after this debate is done. So we have up to maybe an hour or 2 hours to prepare for the after party, so we can come with better information and like clips and that kind of stuff. So can you guys vote and let us know what format you'd want to do? Do you want to go directly into the stream, like right after into the after party and just stay on the same stream? Do you want to do like an hour intermission so we can get better information, or do you not care either way? We're just trying to fill out the audience. And the intermission would continue this same exact stream you're on. We would just let it keep running. I'll put up a screen holder for the time we'll be back, and then we'll just pick up where we left off.
And that's good.
And that gives us time to do cool stuff like pull the transcript from it and go through that transcript and find like biggest crash out, best moment, best recovery, most claims,
True.
all that kind of stuff.
I can pull all that stuff very fast with my system. So
yeah.
as soon as they're done, it'll take like 5 minutes and then I'll be able to get the full show.
Yeah, I wrote software last night that does similar. So
nice.
Oh
yeah, you want me to? Are they going? Do you want me to be checking stuff, or they said they're going to be doing it? So I can set up a little bit.
They're going to be doing it as well, and I assume their format is going to be real time. So if a claim is made and someone says that's not true, I assume they're going to like pause and like let their fact checkers, do their thing. That's what it sounds like. It looks like most of you, almost 70%, are saying that we should do an intermission. So we'll plan for that then. We'll do an hour intermission after the debate, and we'll just leave these streams up, and you guys will come back to this exact same stream for the after party. And we may have Jesse and Heavy Duty Country, and maybe Baron might join at some point as well. They got Cassia. All right, where are we at here? Chat is flying. For you guys who, when you start getting like anything over a few thousand live, you definitely want to consider slowing down your chat.
I think I'm gonna do that.
I never remember where to do it at though.
Customization, I think. So you have to go back.
Oh, okay. So I have to go back to the previous screen. Yeah, sorry if chat's flying. Let me slow it down for you.
At Danks, do we think Candace minds these watch parties instead of streaming from her channel? I'm hopping around to like all my fave creators, but don't know if it's rude or not. We suggest that if you have two devices, try to watch Candace. You do whatever you want. Usually, I suggest people just stick around one show, and it's better for everybody. But it's up to you, whatever you want. The reason I don't think that she minds. I mean, more publicity for her. That's us shown for support. So, and she gets plenty of views, anyways. I think she's gonna get probably double the live views today than regular.
I'm just gonna say what I answered to one of the. I'm not gonna say it.
Here we go.
Oh, they're muted. I can't hear him. He's mute. Unmute it. There you go.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people. Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes. Which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in a woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point in time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints amongst 5+ other prints were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say
so-
I don't know. I
but what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
They said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mhm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson
Mhm.
as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
you don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the Patsy part if
Okay,
I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
Patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point.
This is crazy that you don't know this. We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, disputes.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's
No,
what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
I have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
want to
you,
read
let's
it.
pull that up. Let's
pull
pull that
about
up.
how
I
you
am
get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just
inference.
showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
it
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? That I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it
I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's cool to just say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said.
There's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
This is your time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
That's not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing Anything that's compelling is an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay. So I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I think
And by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some
on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance. Sorry.
Hang on.
Right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay. So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or texting.
Didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I didn't
say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means that
happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about, Skyler. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said, I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said, I don't remember that from the time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that. Okay. What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
What are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear us out the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah. And I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right. But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay. What do you?
Saying,
okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys.
All right. What are we thinking so far?
First of all, overwhelming doesn't mean convincing. Okay, it's not the same word. English might not be my first language, but I know that much. When someone says overwhelming, they don't mean, oh, I was convinced by it. No, it's not the same.
Yeah, I would agree. I think what's happening right now is he's doing his exact tactics that he does. He's putting all the emphasis on her, saying you have to prove your position. And anytime she tries to get him to prove his position, he circles back to her and tells her she has to prove her position. So basically, she's caught in a cycle right now.
Yes, and I believe, which I also sent in my chat message, I believe that TPUSA supplied him with some things to blindside.
Oh yeah, I bet he has some
Candace
ammo. I bet they both do technically, but yeah.
Yeah, we heard in his opening the message that we've never heard in full. We knew that he texted, "They're going to unalive me," but we didn't know the continuation of that message. So suddenly he has it. So I'm afraid she might be blindsided by some things that she's been requesting. Actually, she said she wanted to have that conversation. She wanted to work on it together. She just wanted that info, and they never gave it to her. And suddenly it's ammunition for Andrew, I think.
Well, and when you have stuff like that, it can blindside you quite a bit. You know, because I think for this last year, you know, like we're like almost on a year now, everyone's been saying that text meant, you know, when he said, I think they're going to kill me, everyone assumed that it was, you know, another nation state. And now that he's saying that it was the left, we haven't seen the text. Now, granted, we have not seen the proof ourselves, and they didn't put it on the screen or anything, any proof that he has that text. He just read it in his intro. But if that's true, that means he may have information that we don't. It more convinces him the way that he's thinking.
I think she handled that pretty well, though. I think she handled it as like, oh, well, you have those text messages. Thank you for sharing that. And she pinned him with Turning Point USA, which I thought was very effective, because he's been out here saying, I don't work for Turning Point. I don't work for Turning Point. And it's like, well, you're getting inside information from Turning Point. And I thought she was pretty strong on that. But for sure, I said this at the outset, like, he is going to try to pin her in her positions. Like, this is what he does. When she's going well, she is getting him to explain his overwhelming position, or his overwhelming evidence position, and then she just needs to continue to poke holes in it. Like, she was doing that early, and that was good. She needs to stay in that frame, because he, like you said, Matt, he's going to try to get her back into it. One of the things that I thought was interesting is that he with that opening statement, he baited her on certain topics, like Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and he was basically he's basically trying to set her up in that,
he set the tone.
You need to prove to me that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Like that's what he's doing. That's the game, and she's got to stay out of it. She's got to keep him defending his position, because she has enough holes to poke in his position. She needs to stay there.
Yeah, and I think another piece of it too, that the guys are talking about in chat, is defending the position that he's a patsy is difficult to start with.
It is. It is.
So what they were saying is it should have been more like there's alternative ideas, which Andrew actually said. You know, he got her to basically admit there could be other possibilities besides him being a patsy, and she said yes. And that right there kind of took away the patsy idea, as far as this argument goes, anyway. So, I mean, she can definitely come back, but I think at this point, it seems like you said, the opening statement he said kind of set the tone for this particular conversation.
I do think it's interesting that these text messages have existed where Charlie has said that I'm afraid of the left, and for 10 months they've presented the text messages all the times that they're calling Candace a liar and this, that. Why up until this point hasn't Erica, Andrew, Blake Sneff, like, how come they haven't presented it?
Let's remember, Erica Kirk said there was no messages like that at the beginning. She said, I have his phone, and he has never sent a message like that ever. And I hope Candace will remember that, because if he will suddenly pull this message out, then let's pull the video of Erica saying he never wrote that. Never happened.
That's a very good observation, Kasia. Yes, she said explicitly on Glenn Beck that there are no text messages on his phone saying that. That is a blatant lie. Then that was told. Like that would have been incredible if she was like, oh well, that's interesting because Erica said there were none of those. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just hope that she's gonna remember that, and they can play that video even, because that's a big one. That was a big lie.
Yes.
And then she said that actually in private, Erica told her that, oh, did you see this message? Candace said, no, I haven't seen it myself. And then Erica said, well, actually he meant that it's the left. So Candace actually reported on it. So she didn't lie. She didn't hide it from us. She always reported what was said to her. Okay, if he's going to pull out this message and will say that it was the left, then Candace says, well, I reported on that. I never hid it. I said that it was said to me. I have never seen it myself. And the point is, why hasn't she seen it? Why they couldn't just show it to her?
Yeah.
When Erica flew over to her and started presenting a alibi for Brian Harpool that he wasn't at the Fort Huachuca. I mean, she could have shown the message, right? As well. So that's why it's so tricky.
Well, you make a good point, because if they had all this information and they wanted her to stop and they wanted her to be quiet and quit talking about all these other alternative theories and things, then why didn't they share that simple text that says, I think the left is going to kill me? I mean, something as small as that could have convinced her to kind of like back off on things or help, bring her back into the fold or whatever you want to call it. But I just find it interesting that they withheld that from her.
Yeah, and it's with them. It's like that, right? It's the text messages and it's the video of Charlie appointing Erica. They have it supposedly, but they are refusing to show the full version. So that's why it's, you just can't catch them on a lie, but you're kind of there. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, her path to victory here is just to get him to explain, because his claim is there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Make him back that claim, poke the holes, create the reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson might not have done it. And then all she needs to say is, and then my opinion is that it's a patsy, right? Is that he's a patsy. Yeah. And that's it. Because there are so many people that are going to see these holes that she can poke in it and just be like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if there is overwhelming evidence. And if you can just leave people with that question in their minds, I don't know if there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this, she wins. She wins.
Yeah, Jesse on Fire had a really good point. He said, even besides the whole patsy thing, just bringing up that the possibility that Lance did it is just as high as the possibility that Tyler did to a lot of people based on some of the evidence and things that people have found.
Exactly. And let's not forget that Andrew Colbert, Kendrew said that he had questions. Yeah. He was suspecting that maybe Twigs had something to do with it. He was like, maybe there were other people involved. So they are open to that as well. So what are we actually debating today?
I think I was just going to quickly say, well, go ahead. You go ahead. Ladies first.
I was just going to say, one of the questions that I have is that if you have such overwhelming evidence, like the prosecution, if they have such overwhelming evidence of Tyler Robinson's guilt, why is it necessary to give Lance Twigs use immunity? If you don't, like, you shouldn't need his testimony if everything else is so strong. Why is he been giving this use immunity?
That's a good question. One of the audience members in the chat literally just said, like, why does he get immunity? Like, what is, and that's what leads me to feel suspicious, much more suspicious than I typically would over Lance Twigs. They're like, almost like he's part of a plan.
Looks like they're back.
The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
but do you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine and masks was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside, just a general intuition that some might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
Hang
watching
on,
the
you're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
here's the-
saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? Is what's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the
with
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes,
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
I'm going to address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery
think
in
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check. That was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
They didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
they're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago,
Mhm.
the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I am.
you're asking
What I
why
am.
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me
Uh-huh.
is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're
Mhm.
just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be
Yeah.
overwhelming evidence.
Mhm.
And by the way, I want to be clear,
That which
what
convinces
you're-
me.
yeah, well, but thus far,
And this is just like,
every
that's,
point that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mhm.
It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
if
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
okay. not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
This is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny-
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. and
That
I'll
is not
explain- I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably
Reasonably
available
available.
to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I
there.
understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And
Right.
that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into the evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure.
And those are the things
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that. A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. And I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional's
Patsy,
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense respond.
A good evidentiary standard. And then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here's purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, where we at?
Added there at the end.
Just want to say shout out to the Danksters, everybody loving the chat. We've got almost 100 super chats on our side. Thank you to everybody. We're gonna read them here. I don't know what Trigger's planning. I think at the end probably, or maybe during breaks, longer during the mid break. Do we have a plan for that? What do you think?
We'll figure it out. We don't have to have a plan right. I mean, it's the same way we always do it. We can do some right now, but I think most people would rather talk about this.
Yeah, I agree.
And then we typically cover at the end as many as we can. And yeah,
it's gonna be hard. You know, I'll tell you, it's a long day, you know, so if we don't get to all of them, don't hate us.
But everyone, make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe, grab a drink, restroom break, whatever you need to do. If you're at work and you're hiding, listening to this in the car or something, you know, stretch your legs, whatever you got to do. But up to this point, what's everyone thinking? Like in chat, put a 1 if you think that Andrew Wilson is winning. Put a 2 if you think Candace is winning. I'm just kind of curious to get a read on what everyone thinks right now. And it's interesting because both of them basically just conceded the other one's possibility. So Candace just conceded that she's open to Tyler being the one, and Andrew just conceded he's open to Tyler being a patsy. So wouldn't that be a handshake and debate's done? I don't know. It seems like at this point.
Sorry.
What was I going to say? So it seems like at this point, any further conversation is just Andrew trying to trap her up for some legal stuff, maybe, or something similar.
I just want to go back quickly to when he said that his parents, if they believed that Tyler was not guilty, they would be shouting it out of the rooftops. Well, that's a bad analogy. Okay, never mind. But
I got it.
I think he has a point. Yeah, if they believed that he hasn't done anything wrong, they would be out there saying nothing happened. But I remember Nissy, when we were actually on a podcast together last time with you, Trigger, at the when we were watching preliminary hearing together, Nissy brought a very good point that if he was involved as a patsy, and if he had any prior knowledge of what was going to happen, no matter how he was involved, in what percentage, in what level, he is guilty of something. So therefore, nobody can go out there and start saying, well, yeah, he didn't really put the trigger, but he knew it was going to, you know, it's not going to happen. They might believe he didn't unalive Charlie, but if he was in any way involved, it's done. Like, he's guilty of something.
Yeah, like I had explained before, if someone, like if he, let's say he was involved in like planting the weapon or disposing of clothing or something like that, but he wasn't the trigger man on the roof, having any level of involvement when someone is killed in a crime, like in the state of Utah and many other states in America, every single person who was involved can be charged with felony murder, even if they themselves were not the person that pulled the trigger. So, I mean, if he had any level of involvement, admitting to it wouldn't serve him. So, and then for as far as the gag order, if there is a gag order, and it's like you can serve court time for violating a court order. So if the judge says if you are a witness in this trial, you are not to speak to the media, you are to keep your mouth shut. And if his parents are witnesses, which is a strong possibility that they are, even if they don't end up being called, they're still probably on the witness list. They could serve court time if they violate the judge's order by saying something. Like, the judge's order is not just, oh, I would like for you not to say things. No, you can go to jail for violating a court order. So I think that's not a bad argument that she made.
Zach?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Nissy. I think that as far as the Tyler Robinson's parents being quiet, like, I think the temptation for every parent would be to shout it from the Losi Center rooftop that your child was innocent, right? I mean, but I think being prudent if you were taking the advice of legal counsel, you'd be like, hey, like, this is a process. When we get in front of a jury, like, they're likely going to testify. I mean, I think that as far as I'm concerned, like Andrew asked Candace, like, what would be convincing to you? I think Tyler Robinson's parents' testimony, if they do testify at trial, will be a very pivotal moment in this case. Like, I mean, like, if Tyler Robinson's mother is on the stand and she backs up what's in those charging documents, I mean, that's going to be pretty interesting. The only thing that I'll say is that I'll express just a little bit of frustration on my part, because I don't know why, and I said this at the very beginning, I don't know why Candace's initial premise is that Tyler Robinson is a federal patsy. I wish that her initial premise was just Tyler Robinson was not the lone wolf assassin, because that's the argument on the other side, that Tyler Robinson is overwhelmed. There's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is the lone wolf assassin. And I feel like if it was just Tyler Robinson is not the lone wolf assassin, it's very easy to poke holes in that overwhelming evidence narrative. So I guess there's a little frustration, because I feel like proving right here before trial in this specific debate that Tyler Robinson is a federal patsy, like, that's what Andrew just keeps going back to. He keeps pinning her down right there and making her continue to justify that claim. Whenever she tries to get it back on him, explain the overwhelming evidence, he always puts it back on her, and it's pretty frustrating to watch that. And she truly believes what she is saying, and I am on this. I'm on Candace's side, and I agree that there's a lot of holes in the mainstream narrative that Tyler Robinson is not the lone wolf assassin. I just wish that was the premise and not the patsy one, because I feel like that's a much higher standard. It's harder to prove right now in this debate.
I agree with you. I think the reason she's arguing it so aggressively is like she mentioned, she spoke to a family member who was adamant that he wasn't there at all. So like, that's the hill that proverbially she's dying on. But I agree with you. I think there is overwhelming evidence that he wasn't a lone wolf. Like, I do think that's a much stronger position to argue.
Yeah, there's just reasonable doubt. There's just reasonable doubt that he wasn't the lone wolf assassin. That's all she needs to do. It's all she needs to do. So we'll see. We'll see how it can. I mean, you heard that last prompt from Andrew. He's kind of piling it on. Like, he's making her prove more and more and more throughout this. So this will, it'll be interesting, this next segment. But the problem is we went into the last segment and they were going to talk about Andrew having the overwhelming evidence. They were going to talk more about that, and I feel like they didn't talk at all about that. So I sent the message in our private chat, like, what's PBD doing? Like, we got to keep him on topic here.
Yeah, he's been kind of lackadaisical. Is that a word for it? Maybe. It's just kind of not even existing there much. He's not doing much. I feel like he should be interjecting more frequently. He should be kind of directing the conversation much more strategically, kind of like helping them dig into their points, helping maybe pull back if it goes, awry or off topic. But we're not seeing that, and I was hoping for better.
He's pulling a sneako.
Yeah, we might as well have
He's
Sneeko.
a spectator. He's a spectator, not a moderator.
At least he's not like Sneeko, like, you guys aren't listening to me. I'm just gonna stop the timer. Forget it. What a guy.
He's a sneak tater.
Did you watch Sneeko do that?
Now, did anyone watch Barron's show last night when he was talking about PBD?
Yes.
That was quite interesting.
I was very surprised to see that. I'd never heard of that. I did not know that. So
What
you
happened?
want to explain it?
Yeah, I guess the short version, because we don't know when this is going to start again, is that
Crazy.
PBD was offered to be the president or the person that runs Iran around about the same time and had a meeting with people in the Hamptons around about the same time, like within a month or so.
Month
when
before.
Charlie had a meeting in the Hamptons.
And he said, like, it was so serious that PBD apparently said that he did say he had spent 2 or 3 months considering it. But ultimately, he's got a family, he's got 4 kids, he would have to move to Iran. Like, all of these things came out. I'm like, what? That's wild. And then Barron, he's like, why are we deciding a president for another country in the Hamptons? And whose house is this at? And raised some really great questions that are, it's like, and then he went, how would we feel if this was happening in some other country? I think he used Poland actually as the example.
Yeah.
Of a Polish group of people were trying to decide who's going to be the president in
Of
the
the
United
US.
States.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he also mentioned too that Charlie was anti-Iran war. So you know, you put all those things together, you can make inferences from that. But it's a very interesting episode. And we
What
have
I didn't see so far, from Andrew, there is no defending his stances. There is no defending of why he believes the official narrative. I find it lacking completely. Candace is doing all the defense,
it's
and
one-sided.
he's on the offense. Yes, it's very one-sided, and she's not able to bring it back to him because, like Zach said, when she was trying to do that, to start questioning him, he was like, well, what did he say? He's like, oh, I'm sorry that you don't believe it, or something like that. It's just very passive from him, and that's the strategy. So I think she needs to go a little bit more on the offense now and start questioning him. Why you believe this? Why you believe that? What do you think? She didn't address, she didn't phrase it as a question like, why do you believe that the backpack that was found at the crime scene close to the gun belonging to TPUSA wasn't added to evidence? Do you find that suspicious? You know, so she needs to start really directing these things at him. She's kind of talking like on her show to the audience. She's like listing things, why she believes this, but she needs to start a little bit more straight on to him.
Yeah, that was an interesting moment. I mean, he's been this whole time saying, I don't agree with your position. I don't agree with your position. You need to prove it to me. You need to prove it to me. Show me your evidence. Show me your evidence. I don't, your position is a conspiracy theory. I don't like it. She could easily just return what he said to her and be like, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
that was the
literally
line.
what he did to her. She was like, she tried to get it back on him, saying that she didn't agree with his position, asked him to show or to prove his claim that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is the lone wolf, and said that she didn't agree with it. And his response was, I'm sorry you feel that way. Like that's not a valid response in this. And then he literally just put it right back on her. I mean, you're 100% right. I mean, that was an interesting moment, but she could very easily just do the same thing. I'm sorry you feel that way. You know, she's at least trying to defend her stance. And that's the problem. He is not defending his stance. He keeps peppering her with it. And that's the game that he plays. Like, and this is the problem with this. It's like, it's not a good
back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So
Let's go.
I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having a
but
meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
if
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You
I'm
can
not-
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
But I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mhm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the
I
information
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, That's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do you
think,
have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I
Yes.
agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say I think.
It's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm just going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to
so it's
doubt
not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mhm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
Well,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's
But
go.
I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity, when
Yes.
you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because So if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't
had a
kn-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing
them
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did
I-
you?
so I actually it was three offices.
let me ask one
The
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
Let
when
me
you
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, They all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How
would that-
talking to PVD?
How would
without
that legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
but I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I just
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of
Yeah,
distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR
I
I'll
think
be fair with
I'm
you.
ground zero of people
I
not
think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was
actually
some
kind of a
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How
I
would that
think
get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned
How do you know that
that-
was never considered?
because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. This is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to
Yeah,
factor,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's
go
a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. how would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. So what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay, well,
into
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit. Everything. Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. she told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, we can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious that I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down, did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions and You're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly.
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No?
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion, that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for." And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, "Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica." Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually, no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
That it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy. Yeah, right? And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay. Well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
that's- I didn't,
you
but
were
it's
kind of
fine
ready.
to ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car,
Mhm.
right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
what's
sure.
this? What's this? You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because
a fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys.
All right.
So based on stuff I'm seeing online, people think that this most recent round, she came back out of it again a little bit more confident. So it started off, people said she's starting off, kind of getting, basically people say it's like an interview. Basically, she's getting interviewed by Andrew and PBD right now. But I think in this last segment, she held her own better and she came out a little bit stronger.
I think she realized what he was doing. He was trying to get her to answer in a way he wanted to hear. She kept saying it. She's like, I'm not going to answer how you want me to answer. I'm not going to say what you want me to say. I'm just going to say whatever I want to say, which was good. And she called him out on his sleazy, sneaky techniques, debating techniques, where he was trying to corner her and say something defamatory. That's why he kept saying, I put the note here in my document, when he kept saying, so what was Erica complicit of? What do you believe she was complicit of? He kept saying it. She kept answering the way she wanted to, and she wasn't giving him what he wanted to hear. And what he wanted to hear was like, she was complicit. She was involved in planning it. She was involved in covering for it. I'm glad she did not state anything there. She actually, Zach, you made a note here that it was an interesting answer. Complicit in trying to convince everyone this is an open and shut case. Interesting answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I mean, obviously that was, I think, Matt, you mentioned it too. Nissy, you might have mentioned it also, but basically just a legal trap, which I feel like there are some of those that are trying to be laid here. I wrote down a note that, and I think I said this to you guys, or maybe I left the comment. It's like another good thing that you could say is that Erica Kirk is complicit in not wanting to pursue the full truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I wrote that down. I mean, I think that's a good way of saying it. I mean, and you can say at least she is at least not complicit in wanting to pursue the full truth. And the evidence that Candace has for that is that Erica has lied to her face, the discrepancies, she's lied in media appearances, etc. Right? While also trying to promote this narrative that Tyler Robinson is the lone wolf shooter, and the way that she organized the media campaign and the flooding the zone after the trial with more lies is more evidence of that. So I thought her answer there was interesting, but definitely, again, it's like a consistent frustration. That segment started with PBD asking Andrew to defend his position of the overwhelming evidence. And he literally just responded with questions back to Candace Owens. And that was really frustrating because he has not defended the overwhelming evidence position. All right. So everybody's going to leave here, and that position has not been defended.
Yeah, I hope she does what he was doing to her in the next segment. That she starts asking him to drill down on things that he believes, so that she can poke holes in the evidence.
Do you guys think Fake Death is going to make an appearance in this one?
Nah, I don't think anyone believes it. She said it very early on.
No, she's not a fan
actually-
of that theory at all. She
No,
doesn't
no.
like it at all.
But she said when early on she was grieving, she went through that stage. She was like, oh my God, maybe he's in witness protection. Maybe he's something. She, the denial phase, she went through that. So if
Yeah, I think
anyone
it's
knew, she
interesting.
would be the one.
It's interesting how what Andrew seems to be doing now is kind of pulling back and being more conversational, and she's trying to ramp up the confrontational, and he's pulling back as she invokes more intensity. I've noticed.
I think he's disappointed. He seems disappointed to me that she's not baiting.
Taking the bait.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He seems
Yeah,
like this last round, it was like he sat back and he just let PBD take over, and he just like it felt like he gave up a little bit.
I bet if she would have said, let's end it now, he would have been fine with it. Like relieved, probably.
He's trying to get her on every single issue. Like he brought up the French assassination. He brought up Erica Kirk. He brought up, he's bringing up all of these issues. And if he doesn't get like a satisfying answer, he is quick to go on offense about another subject, which I find pretty interesting.
I mean, that makes sense considering the side that he's representing and all the questions they have and all the defamation and stuff they're trying to sue her for.
Yeah.
They're trying to go through the entire list.
But I wish she was better prepared, and maybe she will surprise me in the last round. But I wish she was better prepared for asking him those questions, for trying to not get a gotcha moment, because it's not about this, but trying to make him prove his claims and stand behind what he's saying. And if he's truly believing the Fed slob, okay, why? Like he went by the list, okay? If you believe that this is Tyler Robinson on the roof, why do you believe that?
Yeah.
And then he said, okay, but it's because, okay, it doesn't show that it's him. But when you combine all this evidence around it, okay, what evidence? Which things are you combining exactly? So this is what was missing for me. It wasn't aggressive enough for me, to be honest, from her side. Still,
Well,
even with last round.
Yeah. I mean, if I was someone coming into this and had never followed any of the case up to this point, my takeaway from this debate, if I was completely new to this and didn't know who either one of them was or anything, would be that they're both using hearsay and neither one of them can fully defend with actual evidence their point. That's what it would seem like to me at this point.
And I see people saying here that Candace doesn't have to do that. It's not her. No, actually, they both made claims for this debate. Okay. And they both got time to cross-examine each other. That was the deal.
Yeah.
So I believe that from her side, it wasn't aggressive enough. I wish it was more. I'm not saying she failed. I'm not saying she did a horrible job. That's not what I'm saying. I just wish she went for it more. That's how I feel. Or maybe we were expecting a bit too much. Maybe she doesn't feel well. She's pregnant as well. Like, I'm considering all of it. Okay. I'm considering all of it.
Well, I see the audience saying that she should be much more aggressive. They're saying she's not aggressive enough. Some are saying she's not aggressive by nature. But if you look at any of her past debates,
no,
I think this is
she's a beast.
Yeah, I mean she can get pretty wound
dragon.
up. But again, she is like what, 7-8 months pregnant as well.
Yeah.
Which I would think
make her even more of a dragon.
Well, the estrogen should be much higher, right? Like she should be in super mode right now.
Yeah.
What do you think about PBD in this last round? Do you feel like he's being fair towards both of them, the way he's asking questions and the way he's giving time to answer?
He's asked her more questions than he's asked Andrew, for sure.
Yes.
and he's pulling up whatever anyone brings from the back. So I guess maybe her team isn't as aggressive in the back either. Maybe.
I saw comments on my chat that people were saying that her team is just not up for it today. They're not helping her really. We don't know what she hears in the ear, but yeah, I don't know. They were talking about Erica. Why not to mention that she literally sat on Glenn Beck podcast and she lied about this message? She could easily say, TPUSA gave you this message, but Erica herself said that Charlie never sent it. So is the message fake, or is Erica lying, or was it a misunderstanding? What is it? So that was a very easy one to go for.
What we need is someone from this side, from the Tyler Robinson as the lone wolf narrative side, to give us something to defend the claim. Other than, like, again, this is just a constant, it's an interrogation on Candace Owens, and it's an interrogation on the things that she has said, which fine. I mean, okay, you want to do that to some extent, but there has not been a legitimate defense of the lone wolf narrative, other than just resorting to what the charging documents say. Right. So I think that, and again, PBD, he's been, I would say, a non-factor in this. If anything, he's providing clips from Andrew Wilson's team. He's asked Candace Owens a couple questions. Everybody also wants that side to have their feet held to the fire of defend the lone wolf narrative position. And I don't understand why PBD can't turn the tables a little bit, take control a little bit. It's like he's afraid of both of them. Take control and go at Andrew Wilson a little bit and have him make his overwhelming evidence claim. It's frustrating that hasn't been done yet.
I guarantee he knows, like, either way, if he favors one side or the other, he's screwed. So he's not willing to risk that. We have 20,000 in chat, everybody. That's awesome. Hit that like, subscribe. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate all your support. We will hit supers after this is done. And then depending on how late that goes, we'll decide when the after party will start. So we'll start to play that by ear. And it's going to be, Cassia, it's going to be pretty late your time, right? You're going to be into the late hours.
Like, I'm not used to it.
Well, you did with me before on our interviews.
Yeah. What was the time that I started my podcast with you? 2 a.m.? Yeah, I think it was 2 a.m. So it's okay.
Trigger always,
Trigger
will round up everybody and suck us in for 8, 9, 10 hours. Well, he's not doing it alone, but he's going to do it.
Well, we do it for you guys. We know this stuff is interesting, and it's much better to watch stuff like this in the community than to be by yourself watching it. So,
yeah, it's been great. Chat's been awesome. We've been having a good time. I've been hanging out. Shout out to everybody. Thanks for showing up. And yeah, let us know what you think in the comments in the chat box. What do you think? Do you think that this is helping the case at all? Is this at least helping our side, the side that doesn't believe Fed slap? Do you think that Andrew Wilson is doing better than expected? Let us know in the comments.
I want to know, guys, what is missing from this conversation? What do you think was supposed to be brought up and hasn't been yet? I would like to hear that, because I have few of those on my list that I thought will be discussed.
So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it, because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that, because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. when I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think like, but if you want
Well,
to
no,
play
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like all right,
Well,
Erica, you could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
Yeah, but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing
Well,
is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on.
And
There's nothing
I did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you were asked
Okay.
about them,
Well,
right?
okay. But the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
one
from
thing.
more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Did they pull a Baron?
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Contractually, she can't ask him questions.
That's what it sounds like.
Am I getting that correctly?
You
Your
need
team,
the
your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay.
She looks like she wants to laugh.
It's prime. Okay. Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me when
on
it
the
said
towel.
louder. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said
Twiggs's
this- considered this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
But
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip plans, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity. since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should like.
Right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter. You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work. And you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness. And count 7,
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
Front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it. Because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Wow.
If anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about
Go, Candace.
charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them to
Yes.
1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
and that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about
Mhm.
the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
is
the
more
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Mhm.
receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of
Mhm.
what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Cool, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state to
second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following combo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You
hairs.
didn't. No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace
what's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't
timeline.
know what his
What's your issue
issue
with
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse.
Mm.
And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay. Thank you. I think
No
we
hard
belabored the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys.
All right, what are we thinking?
Well, it got at least a little bit more aggressive, I will say. But what we've noticed, we all reacted to, was the mention of the agreement and the contract that they had. And that was at the point when Candace said, "Can I ask you a question?" He said no. And then they started discussing some kind of agreement. So maybe that's the explanation to why was she holding back. And it was more of an interview feel with her rather than back and forth.
Yeah, this wasn't a debate. This was a contract he paid to ask her questions, and she had to defend it. That's basically what this was.
That's what it was. It wasn't an equal, definitely wasn't an equal debate.
This was a DEI debate.
Well, he wasn't prepared to have a debate. You know what I mean? Like she wanted to. I bet you she did a bunch of studying, but at the end of the day, he's not. You know, he's just there to do what he does and just talk around points. And I don't know. It was kind of useless. It felt like he didn't serve any real purpose.
Yeah, that was revealing for her to ask, "Well, can I ask you this question?" He said no. I mean, what are we doing here?
That looks really bad.
What are we doing? It looks terrible. I mean, you know, his side can say whatever they want, but that's just cowardly. Seriously, what are we doing having this conversation if she can't come back and ask questions? It's literally the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. I mean that's ridiculous. And then I just want to say, and Barron put up this post and this tweet, which I think is absolutely hilarious, and I shared it in our private chat. The overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this has Andrew Wilson, what, like 75 to 80 or 85% convinced. That's like nope. The overwhelming evidence would mean that like you have no doubt. And especially when we're talking about the death penalty on the line, 75% convinced, like that doesn't do it, man. Like overwhelming evidence doesn't result in that level of knowledge, right? So
He did.
crazy.
He did mention earlier on that he has his own reservations. I'd be curious to hear what those are.
Apparently, she's not allowed to ask.
You don't have to pay to ask.
Yeah, right.
Now, would you say that he got his $300,000 worth?
I don't think so. I think she called him out on his techniques. He was trying to rush her to answer. He was trying to put words in her mouth. He was trying to interpret her answers for her by saying it back to her. And none of it worked, in my opinion. So at least that.
Yeah, I mean, like he's this master debater, but his techniques only work on people that don't know the techniques, you know? Like if you know his style and what he does, it seems like it's fairly simple to keep putting a wall up and blocking him.
Yeah. I don't think it solves anything. I don't think it paints her in a, you know, people who are watching it and want Candace to look crazy, I don't think it's giving that. People who are watching it wanting Andrew to win and kind of get a gotcha, no, didn't happen. But on the other hand, people who were rooting for Candace as well, and were waiting for her to completely destroy and mop the floor with him, that didn't happen either. I think it was pretty, you know, on like a midline through the whole thing with few spikes, I would say.
Yeah, I agree.
I
don't see much. Let's just say it's expected. It came out as I expected.
Now, this is the question for the audience. We have 21,000 people watching right now. For everyone in the audience, I know some of you are, you know, listening and working and that kind of stuff. Can you put a 1 in chat if you think that we need an after party, or put a 2 in chat if you don't think it's worth it? Real question. If you want one, we'll do one. But put a 1 in chat if you want the after party still, and put a 2 if you don't think it's really going to matter.
What I can do is this: I'm already extracting the transcript. I recorded basically almost all of it. I missed like the first 30 minutes or something. So
yeah, I have it too.
So if we get it, we can talk a little bit, and then. But yeah, let the audience decide, I guess. We can do it now, or instead of taking a break and doing it, or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it looks like we're what is it, 50-50?
You want me to run
Very
a poll
50-50.
here? I'll run a poll on my audience here.
It's almost, yeah. Can you guys all do a direct poll on your YouTube studio and ask?
Yeah, here what I'll do is after break and then after party, or
Well, so here's the
discussion
thing.
now?
Well, here's the thing. So we're gonna be doing super chats, and a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
the stuff that we might cover might be in the super chats as well. That would have been in the after party, kind of reviewing all this stuff. So that's why I'm asking if the audience wants like a separate after party as well.
So you're saying, should we take a break, do the after party after this is done, maybe an hour from now, or just go power straight through from now?
Well, we'll be doing super chats for
Right.
a while.
So then maybe we should just, I don't know. Honestly, it should be up to maybe the panel, because everyone here might have something, I don't know. And then also the audience. Does anybody want to take a break from here? I'm fine with whatever. I can go.
I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it's almost 3:00, and I have to.
All right. Yeah, finally at the end, for those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded, because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it was just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Well, we made it to the end.
Oh boy, I love how at the end PBD goes. Yeah, it's because we all love Charlie. That's why we are here. It doesn't apply to Andrew Wilson. It doesn't. He didn't like Charlie. Okay, and Charlie didn't like him. So it's not why he does it. He does it because Erica called him into headquarters, like Candace said. My opinion, from what I observed.
Yeah, I don't think you go from was it the word that he used, moron? Is that the word he used for Erica?
And the retard.
The R
Oh,
word.
retard.
yeah.
Sorry, restarted.
Both. It
I don't
was
think
both. You were right.
Well, you don't go from calling someone things like that to defending their honor for free. I'll just say that.
You know, the thing is, everyone should understand first is the format, right? Andrew paid $300,000, and with the agreement that he can ask Candace questions while, you know, she defended her position, and that's kind of what we got. No,
The thing is, the format was a mistake from the beginning, because if you are theorizing and if you're leading investigation that's based on leads, and you know you're following the leads, you're checking if that works. If that doesn't work, you move on to the next one, and you're exploring different options, and it's not necessarily based on hard evidence. You're just ruling things out. You're checking what works, what doesn't work, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. Then you cannot sit down and argue it and defend it as if it was hard evidence. It just not gonna work. So I don't know why she agreed to this format. I think it was doomed from the start, and she was on a lost position on the format only. I don't know what was in their agreement as well, because if she wasn't allowed to ask questions and cross-examine him back, which is weird though, because this is what he proposed at the beginning. He wanted an hour for each person to be able to cross-examine each other. So I don't know what happened there in between, since he asked and this debate. I don't know.
well, she kept shutting
Yeah, it was-
down whatever timeline thing he kept proposing. I think, like, we're not going to be doing this timeline or that. We're just going to go at it. And I think that's kind of what. But it was actually fairly organized. There wasn't much overstep. I think PBD was very underwhelming for anyone that was hoping it'd be better, but
He was scared to take a side. He was scared. He wanted
I
to
don't even
just.
think he's equipped to take a side. I don't think PBD's been following this. He has nothing to add.
I think he follows it closer than he lets on, personally.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Even on his show, he's like, "Oh, Adam, read this. Okay, so what this person said. Okay, so what
I think
do we
it's all a
think?"
show. I think it's all.
Maybe,
he's just-
yeah, could be.
I'm pretty sure he's acting. Like
I disagree.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, maybe he's got so much going on. I don't think he knows as much as we do, but for him, like, if he acts like, because sometimes I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, people think that Charlie wasn't shot with 30-06. I wouldn't be surprised if he said that, just to, I don't know. I don't know if he does it to spark debate or what, but yeah, I could be wrong. Probably wrong. My audience on the poll about break or no break, just jumping straight into supers and questions, they said over 55%, whatever we want. And then the next one was break and then after party supers.
Most of people in my chat also said they want us to just power through. No break, no nothing. We continue. I think everyone is pumped now. Everyone is on that wave of excitement, and information is fresh. So I understand. That makes sense to me as well. Matt is taking a break, obviously. Princess. I'm joking.
But I can kind of go through. So I did have my AI break it down. I said, well, give me an explanation. Give me something I can tell the audience about how these 4 hours went. So I'm just going to read this off. So it says, so that's 4 hours, and here's what's actually happened. Understand the format. Andrew paid $300,000. The agreement, Candace is to answer questions and defend her position. When she finally asked if she could ask him one, he said no, live on air. Everything that felt off about this traces back somewhat to that. So he ran clips at her for a couple of hours. At least 3 or 4 of them were about Erica Kirk. He kept pushing her to say Erica was complicit in the red rum, and she never said it. What she said is that Erica is complicit in selling the public an open and shut case, and she has receipts for that. She sat with Erica for 4 hours expecting evidence, got nothing, then got Erica's lawyer on the phone, and he told her they hadn't seen anything public hasn't seen. Erica went on Barry Weiss and said she was 100% certain anyways. And that's damning, actually, if you think about it. The lawyer has said, we haven't seen anything the public hadn't seen when Erica and Candace had met in person. And then Erica went on Barry Weiss anyways and said she's 100% certain that Tyler Robinson was the convictor or was the assassin. Andrew's claim coming in was that the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. He never argued it. PBD teed it up going into a segment, and he answered with more questions for Candace. Denial. Then she turned it around. She asked him to name one of the 7 charges. He said murder. It's aggravated murder, and that difference is the death penalty. She named all 7 from memory while he tried to put a clock on her, and PBD pulled the charge sheet on screen, and she was right down to every line. He then suggested somebody had texted her the question, and she handed him her phone and let him read her messages or go through her phone on air. Now, the closings, because this is the part that matters, Andrew said she had nothing. No positive evidence against Israel, on France, on TPUSA, or Erica. And then he said this, quote, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it, unquote. That's the debate. That's the thing he came in calling overwhelming. And in his own closing statement, he called it a stalemate. Andrew is 75 to 85% convinced, it seems. Overwhelmingly means you have no doubt. You don't have to say a man should face the death penalty on 75%. Candace closed by pointing straight at that concession, said it's why he spent his time on Erica's character instead of the screwdriver and the talisman and owned the one thing she got wrong, possibly. She said Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle, went back through the testimony and corrected it herself. So the outcome, he didn't prove overwhelming evidence, admitted as such. She didn't get to prosecute the Patsy case because the contract didn't let her ask a single question, seemingly. PBD called it for the audience, and that's about it. $300,000 to Candace, and probably some more airtime for Andrew, unless his career gets nuked.
Wow. That's about summarizes it. I don't think he got his money worth. I don't think if he was hired to get something out of it, something specific like a defamatory statement out of Candace, well, then he failed. Sorry.
Yeah. The AI picked up on that more. It didn't seem like it, but the AI definitely feels like he was trying to get her to say that and then criminalize herself.
Yeah.
And we knew he would.
Point when they were talking about ballistics, because I don't think she should be arguing this point. I think that was when she should have been like, look, I'm not a ballistic expert. I do repeat what experts say on my show and what I find interesting. And that's it. What's compelling to me. But I'm not going to be discussing it here as an expert because I'm not one. So I think that was a bit of a weak point for her. Then she recovered. Obviously, she referred him to John Bray and his content and how he conducted this investigation and analysis. And I'm also glad that she didn't stick to one theory and was defending it. She's more open-minded than I thought, actually, before we saw this debate. Because sometimes, so what happened to me lately? When I wasn't 100% on a mic theory, okay, with Candace, I was like, oh, I'm 80% there. evidence is compelling. This is an interesting theory, and I would like to, you know, follow up with this. I had people calling me fed slopper all of a sudden, like as if I couldn't, you know, have my own opinion and make up my own mind and do my own research and come to my own conclusions, you know. And so when that happens, suddenly you're like, okay, why is everyone like so 100% on one thing at a time? We can still explore different options. We talked about it a lot with Nissy as well. And today, the debate showed me that even Candace is not like 100% on one thing, guys. She's exploring, she's investigating, she's just talking about one thing at a time, one episode at a time. Okay, so let's remember that as well. We all have minds. We all been doing it for months now. Okay, we're investigating. I don't like to call it investigating. I honestly don't like to call it investigating from my part. It's just connecting dots, looking at content online, looking at the media, following up on the case and filings and connecting some dots. Okay, I'll call it this way. So we're very invested in this, very invested. And my priority here is to be always fair. Truth is what matters, no matter what it is. Okay.
And speaking of fair, I do have a list of things that are pro and cons for both of them, if we want to go through any of them, and also PBD a little bit.
I'll go through. Let me go through kind of like my kind of higher level analysis, especially from Andrew's side. I thought that he actually made some pretty bad mistakes, to be honest with you, with some of the notes that I took here. And just to run down kind of some of the main ones. In his opening statement, reading it off the phone like he did, and then bringing up the Turning Point USA text, I thought was a pretty bad move, especially since he has been trying to disconnect himself from Turning Point USA. I'm glad that Candace Owens called him out for that, but I thought that was revealing there and that as well. And then his team just trying to trap Candace Owens with video clip after video clip. You had just kind of that awkward silence sitting there of them sitting there just waiting for the clip to play, and that was just, it was weird, it was awkward, and they were just playing out of context clips to try to trap Candace Owens. So that wasn't engaging in a good faith debate. That was bad faith, and that was trapping, and that trapping theme continued as this was really just a one-way interrogation. It was not a debate, and that was revealed and made clear when Candace was told on the live that she was not allowed to ask questions, and we addressed that a little bit in that break. But that caused me to question, like, well, what are we watching here? If they can't go back and forth and ask each other questions, and if that's in the contract, then I mean, then this is just stupid, right? Pretty damning for Andrew was for him to, when he was questioned about calling Erica Kirk a retard, for him to say that he thinks all women are retards, in my opinion, was a very bad look. Regardless of him saying that he's not a nice man or not a kind man or him being a jerk, whatever. I thought that was just a terrible look for him, especially as a self-proclaimed Christian, which he claims to be. I think that was just wrong for him to do. And then finally, and to just kind of nail this point home, to come out and have your claim in this debate to be, there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson took that shot from the Losi Center roof, and then to say that you are only 75 to 85% convinced, that is a self-dunk, a self-own, if there ever was one. So I think that covers some pretty damaging and bad mistakes that Andrew Wilson made throughout this debate.
He even moved the goalpost on how you define the word overwhelming. Right? Overwhelming is not convincing. Those are two different words.
Yeah.
That
mean
is
the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good breakdown. I also found it interesting that he opened out of the gate with that. It was very interesting. It was there obviously for a reason. I think he was trying to throw her off or something and give her something unexpected, like, oh, I didn't expect that. But she just bulldozed right through. I was like, all right, like, great.
Do we have the exactly the text message he quoted at the beginning? What was it? I know it
well,
was like it might be the left or something, but
proof of the left in Charlie's text that he was concerned that they were gonna take him out. That's what I believe.
yeah, I want the actual quote. I want to read that message, but
I'll find it. I got it right
reason
here.
would you have to
I don't know
be concerned about that on that specific day? I mean, Charlie has been controversial for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry. They wanted to share that text message. Guys, Andrew Colvet is the one that shared the text message with the authorities, with Joe Kent, as he said, that Charlie Kirk was leaving the pro-Israel cause. Andrew Colvet is the one that shared those messages. So what? Now they're selectively sending different messages to share to Andrew Wilson to have in his debate with Candace Owens. It's like, okay, like, I mean, it seems like there are multiple messages. So this opens up a can of worms because there were multiple messages apparently that were being shared by Charlie, being afraid that someone was going to kill him. But then you also have Erica Kirk on Glenn Beck saying that these messages didn't exist. So
yeah,
what is it, everybody?
It's very
Didn't
conflicting.
she say something to the effect? Didn't she say something to the effect of like Charlie always knew that there was a risk? It's like something to that effect. Like it was like this is a general feeling that he always has.
Yes, but the thing is, we forget that she gave interview. She did a sit-down interview with New York Times. Okay, 7 days after Charlie's unaliving, mind you. She had a reporter from New York Times come to her house. They sat down and they talked about it. And she said, yes, that they were receiving threats always, stuff like that. And the day before, they had the priest come to pray, and they were both telling Charlie to wear a vest the next day. He was like, no, it's fine. What happened? What happened? If it wasn't the Little Hatsland, people, if it wasn't it, something happened. They were praying. They were begging him to wear a vest, allegedly. I don't know. It's weird, to say the least.
It is very weird.
This debate needed to happen between Candace and Erica, not Andrew Wilson. Who's this guy?
I agree.
Yeah, maybe Candace can pay Erica to question her.
Let's give that 300K to Erica.
He takes the 300. Yeah, exactly. Just rewire it. It would have to be someone from TPUSA. I just want to check quickly. Blake Neff posted 57 minutes ago. He goes, the woman who has spent a year defending her conduct as just asking questions gets very upset at the prospect of answering direct questions in person. Wonder why. I just want to see how...
She was literally interrogated the entire time about everything that she's brought up, and things were even taken out of context to ask her, to try to trap her on these questions. Contractually, this was a one-way interrogation. What are you talking about, Blake Neff?
Baron just answered 40 seconds ago. You guys should take a month or two off and hope today gets memory hold. Nobody lost worse than your team did today.
What?
He's like on it. Yes. Let me see.
Definitely gonna take Andrew Wilson's closing statements and then like circulate it all over Twitter or X to say this is, you see, he dunked on Candace lost, well, like they're gonna twist the narrative by just clipping his closing statement.
Yeah. And the funny thing is there is a hypocritic statement from Blake Neff, because so he posted that and someone answered, because it's a debate, not a Q&A. Stop playing in our faces. And he goes, most good debates feature cross-examination, which we didn't get.
Oh.
So were we supposed to get one? What was the agreement? I don't understand.
Dude, most good debates include a contract where one side's not allowed to ask the other one questions. I haven't taken many debate classes. I guess I need to learn from Andrew Wilson. I guess that's the way to be a master debater. Maybe that's what he's teaching the Turning Point USA debaters for college campuses. Hey, enter into contracts to where the other side can't ask you questions.
Oh, just call women retards and you're good. That's all it takes in our times, apparently.
Can you let me
No.
know if you guys can hear me? It's probably going to not sound as good.
Yeah, you're using
We
a
can.
different mic, but it
I'm
sounds
using
fine.
I'm using my headset because you guys have no idea what I just went through. I basically like pulled old audio equipment out and video equipment and rewired everything real quick so I could still keep going. Something happened with my USB port. My whole setup crashed.
Oh, my
But
goodness.
we
Oh,
saved it, I
no.
think. We saved it.
So,
All right, now, so
I
I've
was
been listening.
gonna.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
gonna say I've
well-
been listening. Do we want to hit supers before Nissy leaves?
Well, yeah, I wanted to play this intro where Andrew read off whatever he was saying about on his phone in the beginning. I have it queued. I think it's like right
Awesome.
here. I pulled it from my live studio.
Pretty convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they
So
say
let me-
overwhelming evidence.
Let me here. He's going into it right now.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after.
Hold on, this thing is freezing up on me.
I wouldn't say it was brief.
No, it wasn't
Kirk's
brief.
death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw
It's
This we
fine.
saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media.
Man, this thing is killing my computer.
are we showing here?
If you want
What's
to
the point
go
of showing
to,
this?
it's what he was saying about the text.
About the text message, like the exact words that he used. I just wanted to remember because I
things
don't
like
have it
this.
memorized.
Within weeks of Kirk's
Yeah,
death,
it's dying though.
Well, you have the transcript, right?
a
Can you
cottage
just
in
pull
the
the
state
exact
of
words and
Arizona-
read them.
Oh, I guess I can. Yeah, let me do that. I closed because here,
Yeah.
just pull it down.
It's
I'll do
breaking up
that.
a lot.
Yeah, my computer's falling apart. My CPU, everything else is strong. I need a new motherboard.
I think I need a new USB bus based on what I just saw.
Oh, you know what? I missed the first half hour. So it's only on here. If you want, if someone else can play it, my computer is dying. I don't know. I'm doing all this vibe coding and shit too. So it's like 3 hours and like 56-7 minutes into our stream. And like it'll say it because we're live. So if you go to the beginning and then go forward, you should get to almost a little past 4 hours.
What's the
3 hours and-
timestamp? What's the timestamp? Thanks.
From right now, it's roughly 3:57, 3:57:21.
All right, I got 3:57:15. You got it? When you got here, I
Try
got
it. You want to try that? And it's around
Yeah.
that time, I think. Matt, can you pull up his stream?
Let me bring that up.
Let's see. Let me find it. There it is. Yep.
There you go.
All right, let me get a big screen here.
Muted. Yep.
I got you. Hang on.
But to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Now I've heard that before, and I remember at
Is
one
that how
point.
Charlie talks?
I
I
don't know,
mean-
but you remember Brian Harpool mentioned this. He mentioned that the left was a continuous issue that they had to deal with and that kind of stuff during the Sean Ryan interview, I believe.
Yeah,
I
but we
wonder
have
if that
never
message
seen
is so
this.
weird. Remind them that they're here for one person security.
Yeah, it sounds like it's coming from somebody else. Like,
Sounds
why would
something
he
would
say that? that's a very bossy type. That's a personality shift, actually, right?
I would say so.
Yeah, but you're talking about private messages versus public persona.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I think he would be talking like that to people. He actually, in an interview, said that he was very strict with his employees. Like, if you weren't up to the challenge, you know, you were out. You had to be fully on with him. And he said he was getting rid of weak links. I'm paraphrasing, but that was it was an interview. I think the coffee break. I don't remember the podcast name. The two guys, they were talking about him as an entrepreneur, as a businessman. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was using that type of tone when speaking to his security team. The point is, I don't know. We still didn't see the message, right? So it's like, again, one person word versus the other.
I just think it's a little redundant to have to tell your security that you pay for that they're being paid to protect you. Like, duh.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things. I'll just kind of quickly list them off of what Andrew and Candace did well and what possibly hurt them. So I would say let's start with Andrew, perhaps. What he did well, I think if he was trying to be persistent, specifically, how do you get from that to Patsy? How do you drilling consistent questioning on Erica Kirk? I think he did that well, if that was his intent. He did come in with some cued clips, tweets, or timestamps, it seems like. And he gave some ground freely, right? Where he says, of course, conspiracy theories exist. And also in the closing statement, what hurt him, I think, would say that he gave up his own case, I think, because he used the word overwhelming for 4 hours after saying that he was 75 to 85% convinced. I think I might have missed that, but it seems like in my transcript here, it pulled that he said that. Do you recall him saying that? That
yes.
he was,
yes.
about 75. What did he say he was convinced of exactly?
The official narrative.
Okay. So yeah,
whether Tyler Robinson did it.
Yes.
Yeah, rather if he unalived Charlie. So he
so
said
does overwhelming evidence equal less than 90% to you? Because he's saying he's 75 to 85%. Does overwhelming evidence get you as low as 75 to 85%?
It's the definition of reasonable doubt. Like,
Yeah.
you can't give someone the death penalty on 75 to 85% certainty.
Right. Oh, good point. Excellent point.
Wasn't that a C if you were taking a test?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a poor sport.
That's a great point. Yeah. So what else? Positive evidence stopped being an argument and became more of a tick. He said it so many times. She's told him it was annoying, and she was right. When a phrase turns into a bludgeon, it quits persuading, where he's like positive evidence. He started every clip mid-sentence. 4 of 5 clips were about Erica Kirk. The phone accusation was a low point. He implied she was fed the question. That was kind of a low point. And then asking to see the phone.
Yeah.
So he's obviously was sitting with his phone in his hand. And what I've noticed that happened, maybe it's nothing, I don't know, but he was asking her questions. He asked about the screwdriver. He asked about the Patsy, asked her to defend her claims, to provide proof, all that, and about the receipt. We spent a lot of time at the beginning or first half of the debate on those things. Then comes to closing. We're right before him giving his closing. And he's like circling back to the beginning, and he starts asking the same questions again, as if he got a message or something, like, try one more time. We need that statement. We need her to break. Maybe now, like, I don't know.
Well,
it felt like that to me.
He could be, what is it when you're putting what you're doing onto somebody else? Projecting. Yeah, he could be projecting. Maybe he's getting fed something, or he did a couple of times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
why I didn't
surprised you
it
didn't
didn't
ask
even
that.
cross my mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she can't
Um,
by agreement, by the contract.
Yeah.
All right,
That,
we have to do supers with Nissy here.
let's
Have
do
to.
it.
Let's do it.
Can you?
Yeah.
My camera's frozen.
It's jumping around. It just refreshed. It might just be slow internet rate or something. It's all
It
right.
could be the camera on for a while. I've been fixing issues since
we started.
Yeah, since we started, I've gotten it to a point to where it's not jumping. But it
We're
could get
almost at-
hot. It could be settings.
Yeah.
It could be all kinds of stuff.
We're almost at 5 hours that we've been streaming.
All right, run them. Run them.
So it looks like Cassie's gonna have to do it because when I refreshed, I lose them. So Cassie, you have to pull up the supers.
All righty then.
So
Let me
everyone-
just make
so-
it bigger because I'm blind.
Yep. So everyone go to comments in your screen on StreamYard. Go to comments and then go to starred. And then any of them that have the little links in them is yours. So you know
Yeah,
which one
on
to
your on your picture. Okay, first one is mine. I yanked and banged the whole way home. What a good one. Thank you so much, James the Least. Oh my God, that's such a good one. Very good start on supers. Okay, we continue.
Nice.
Do we do all the supers or do we
just
set,
one.
But
Yeah,
Just
let's do yellows.
skip the
and up.
jewels and stuff. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
about yellow and up?
So you can hit the star and it'll go away when you're done. So that way you can keep track.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
right.
I am going to be skipping. Sorry, guys, but we will be here for the next 3 days if we will
Yeah,
go
just
through all of
look
them.
at. Yeah, just do $10 and up.
Okay, whose is it?
For jumping like that.
Oh, that one's for
That's-
me. Thank you, Michael Freeman.
All righty, we have this one.
Oh, thank you. Chili 2353.
All right.
I lost the order completely now.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
just go down and then just star off the blue the jewels and just run them down and we'll do it quick.
Okay. Sorry, guys, it's a lot. I'm just gonna unstar everything. Whose is this beautiful comment?
Yeah, I can't even find that one. You must be way. Oh, you know what? It's because I came back in after. That's right.
Yeah, you came in later. So let me read it. Devin Hustle, whoever that was meant for, thank you very much for my friends. 1,000 jewels and gold trophy. I have here Moon Goddess, guys. Shout out to Moon Goddess.
Moon Goddess.
Okay, this one I already passed on that message. That was from before. Thank you. Okay. We have this one. Guys, just find the next yellow comment.
Nissy, you have a soothing voice, and your pronunciation is music to my pedantic ears. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you. It's a very sweet compliment.
Yeah, it's so weird. My yellow comment doesn't even show that. Weird.
Okay. We go next. All right, that's mine. Super sticker. Thank you. Just say, Julie. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the support, especially today. We need it. Okay. We have someone's member comment.
Thank you for all that you do.
Yes.
Not sure that's for.
We thank you guys for being
Thank you.
here.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Absolutely.
Guys, let's pick up the.
You guys need me. You guys.
It's like
You need
everyone
me
needs
to
a Red
run
Bull
'em.
at the moment.
You don't have
Gee.
to hide them. You don't have to hide them after each one.
Gee.
Just leave the one up until you go to the next one.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jeannie, what's up?
Thank you,
Member
Nissy,
for
for
a month.
covering this, and then great vibes to Candace. Thank you, Jeannie. She's one of the mods in my chats. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah, Jeannie's she's a dancer. She's been around for a while.
Jeannie, she's also little Fredo. So yes, she's amazing. She's supporting all of us actually. She's running.
Wow.
She's running my Discord, guys. I'm not even. I
Oh,
don't
really?
even know how to do it. She's running
You're a
it.
superstar.
Yes, she is truly. Okay, I'm looking for the next comment. Here. Why is this red?
99
Okay.
cents. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Super sticker.
Thank you very much.
And thanks to everyone, even the ones we can't get to because of time. We appreciate everyone's support.
Zach,
Absolutely.
it's for you.
Oh, Zach, just wondering how Charlie had a Catholic funeral mass as a non-Catholic. Are the rules different in Canada? Was it 100% confirmed that he had a Catholic mass or a Catholic funeral?
It was not. Actually, Candace was wondering if he was cremated as well. We never got an answer.
I mean, I believe there are circumstances where like somebody who would be considered a non-Catholic or like a non-practicing Catholic can sometimes have a Catholic funeral. But I think there are certain times where that is the case, but I'm not sure that Charlie definitely did. Like, I guess I don't know if that can be confirmed or not. So, you know, I don't know, but I think there are times where it can happen, but I think it's special circumstances. I think they have to get specific permission from the bishop of that diocese. So it's not impossible.
Yeah. Okay, don't know who's this.
Apple Jacks, that was fantastic from Cleveland. Thank you for the hard work for all of us. Thanks. You're welcome. Thank you for the super chat, Cleveland. Appreciate you.
This one. Not mine.
Jay Reed, yeah, that's the point. It's not just what the prosecution produced, but what they haven't. Candace has shown evidence this case was skewed to fit a narrative. You can argue technicalities, but truth is still truth. 100%. Thank you. Just say Julie, trying to spread the love to our peeps. Thanks for doing this. Thank you, Julie. Good to see you. Goat Trophy. Thanks for the Jules Moss Dog.
Okay.
I'm just like reading them off.
Yeah, just so Julie again.
Thank you, Julie.
She was sending love to everybody.
Melissa Goodrow, $9.99. I would say if you want to give Candace your support, run over to our channel and send her a super chat or a donation, then run back over here for fun. Yay! Thank you, Melissa.
What's the timestamp of the next one you read? Like the time of day? Can you tell me when you pull it up?
6:25 p.m. for me.
Oh, that's not
so
gonna match me.
was
Can someone else tell me what it is when she pulls it up?
She's on 8:25 PST right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be your 8.
Just say Julie.
That's the one.
Thank you. More support.
Again.
Thank you so much.
That's lovely.
Julie. You're kind. Thank you. Emily Xtina, $9.99. Thank you, Danks, for this stream. So close to baby's arrival. Praying for you, Mama, and the whole family. Everybody support Danks. Hit that like button. It's free and it helps. Yes, thank you. She is laying down in the room right next door. We are literally just waiting.
Oh.
Thank you, Emily. Very kind.
Okay, we have this one.
For mods on every platform. Thank you, Christy. Always showing up for us.
Mods today did a splendid job. I just want to say they were literally modding few channels at the same time on different devices. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what they did.
That's talent.
That's beyond talent.
Thank you,
Zach. That's for you.
Thank you for all you do, Zach. Christ is king. Christ is king. Amen. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the super chat.
Who is this?
Mermaid Dreams, $10. PBD should be telling this man, child Andrew, to shut up. How rude he keeps interrupting.
He was interrupting her at the beginning, but then he stopped. I think she really put him in his place in terms of I will take as much time as I want to answer every question, however I want. So I think at some point he gave up this shtick.
Yeah. Christy, $10. I love you all for sharing this with the masses. Thank you. Yeah, I love to be here. Thank you for showing up. Dimitri Expose. I'm so glad we're here together because WTF.
Truly. Truly WTF. What was that?
Lori Wilder, good to see you. 999. She deserves $300K for dealing with this lunatic. He's like, can you define what is? Moron. She's a saint for dealing with his Dumas. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I love the French accent.
At the at the end there, I realized the Dumas, the 300K is actually is well deserved. At first I was like, that's a lot, but now it's worth it, I think.
She's laughing now.
Lori, thank you again. $10. Listening to this man on a daily basis would make me check myself into the psych ward. I hope you're not talking about me. Andrew, I presume.
The Dumas.
The Dumas.
The Dumas.
Punch Bull Puppy 17. Oh yeah, that was when we were running the goal.
Okay, someone here got a very generous super.
That was for me. Thank you so much, Denise C. Thank you for hosting at Nissy Social, Cassia, Danks, Trigger, folks that I trust presenting evidence. I'm 62 and I respect all of you, incredibly intelligent people. Wish I could watch everyone more. Looking forward to after party. Thank you so much, Denise.
Thank you. Very kind.
That's amazing.
Thank you,
Oh,
Falona.
Jules.
Luna.
Oh, sorry.
The difference between evidence and proof is the difference between reasonable doubt and guilt. The prosecution needs proof, says home with 6 kids.
This is very true. The difference between evidence and proof is the difference between reasonable doubt and guilt. And when it comes to, so that's why Candace was trying to explain the difference to people who don't know between murder and aggravated murder. It's a big difference. So she didn't get to explain it. I can do a quick one. Murder is just like you go and unalive someone. Aggravated one is a lot more could have happened. So here, prosecution is trying to prove that the person that fired the shot, if they did, the person that did it, there was a lot more people around. They could have hurt much more people. It could have been aggravated to another level from one person. And then what defense is claiming now after the filing that we had recently, they claim there wasn't anything aggravated. It was one shot. So whoever did it was one shot. There wasn't anything aggravated there. So this is where they are trying to find common ground, I guess. All right. And he didn't let her explain it. Probably he doesn't know the difference either. Okay, we have...
Thanks for the 5 TriggerSmart memberships. Make sure you guys show some love to anyone doing memberships. It's completely random. We have no control of it, but very awesome. Thank you.
Okay, this is mine. Want to share these experiences in real life? Come to TruthRCon. Okay, go to TruthRCon. Thank you, Hard Luck Kong, for your generous super. Who laughed? Okay, another
Nanny
one.
Mom.
Thanks, go for it.
Nanny Mom, $10. Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Has already won the battle. Ball is lost. Yes, Christ is King indeed. Just wanted to say hi, Danks. Haven't said hi. Hey, Christy. What's up, girl? How you doing, girl?
Your wife is pregnant on the couch, dude.
I'm just messing around.
I know.
My personality is my personality. You'll learn to love it. Learn to love it. Legendary Legacies, 1999. Candace is 10 steps ahead. She's here to get information that she doesn't have and expose the lies, not win. She wants to know what happened, not convince these people of things they already know and refuse to acknowledge. It's a good point. You know, I think that we all, I mean, I find it so hard to believe that they don't see what we see. But that's part of having your opinions, and and we might never see what they see. I don't get it, man.
Well, he does see what we see. That's why he says 75% or whatever.
Very true.
I just want to bring up a question because maybe people can answer in the chat still. Why they didn't talk about Fort Huachuca? I'm baffled that it wasn't brought up because it was such a main topic of the debate with Stu Peters. And it was such a big part of this whole investigation. How come he didn't say anything about Mitch Snow? This is such an easy blow, you know? Oh, you raised money for him and he said he's a Zodiac. Was it in an agreement? Did she say, like, you can ask me everything except that? But I don't think she would do that. So I don't know why he didn't bring it up. Something is up with the Fort Huachuca, guys.
Well, you have to remember the Fort Huachuca stuff is already in litigation with Brian Harpole and everything. So that could be why.
So she wouldn't be able to talk about it, you think?
She's in a legal battle about it right now with Brian Harpole.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
yeah, it is a fine line. And she
legally.
might have even said before, I can't, talk about that.
That makes sense. Now it makes sense for me.
Lori, 999, is twitching his foot the entire time.
Yes.
Tells you how nervous he is. She's a stone cold boss, not a nervous tick in sight. Savage, yeah.
I had a comment on my chat, like, someone get him a vape now.
That is tough, though.
I saw that.
If he's used to smoking constantly and he's going like 4 hours straight without nicotine, that's hard.
Well, it was a pretty funny dynamic. Like he's there initially, he's like kind of sweating, he's twitching, he's reading his opening statement, and then the camera flashes on Candace, and she's sitting there, and she just goes, "You get that out of your system."
I know.
She's bored. She's like, "Oh."
It's pretty funny.
Hey.
Intuition Jen gifting 10 Zach Costello memberships. Thank you so much. Intuition Jen is the GOAT at gifting Zach Costello memberships. So thank you very much for that, Jen.
Okay, Danks, this is my 4th super. Come on, everyone. We've got to get to 50. We did a super chat goal to hit 50 super chats. We hit it.
Bravo. Good job. We have 10 Daily Fredo with Kasia memberships from Intuition Jen. Thank you so much, guys. I hope those of you that got it will use it wisely. I have no members content on my show, but I appreciate the support 100%. Okay.
Amy,
Go for it.
I just got here. I had to charge my phone in the car, and our internet is spotty. I hope this is going well so far. Thanks for streaming, Danks. Yes, thank you, Amy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the super. Nay, $10 super sticker. Thank you. How has PBD been doing so far? Yeah. What do you guys think? We haven't done a final autopsy on his performance, but
I think he was pretty balanced. I think he did pretty good.
I thought he was meh. I was like meh.
Ornament.
Yeah. I mean, when I think about debates, I think about what we've seen for presidency and stuff like that, and they get more involved. So maybe I was thinking that, but
that's because they have a slant they're trying to push, and they're trying to get rid of some of the people.
And they're asking the questions actually too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I just thought he could have done a better job at making sure that it remained on topic. Like when he asked Andrew to explain the overwhelming evidence position, and Andrew just went off to ask Candace Owens questions, I thought that was a moment that PBD could have taken more charge and been like, let's get back to what you're arguing, right? We only got a couple pieces of Andrew explaining why there was overwhelming evidence. And he mentioned the text messages. And then I think maybe they got into, I don't know, was it DNA that they got into? But I feel like it was really only a couple points. It wasn't everything. And then his claim was like, well, we're only arguing about a couple points. Like that doesn't, this specific item doesn't paint the whole picture of overwhelming evidence. But then he would turn around on Candace and be like, hey, because you only said this one piece, like that doesn't prove Patsy. So he didn't apply the same standard, the same analysis to Candace that he was applying to himself. But I just feel like he only talked about a couple things. And I feel like PBD could have done a better job at keeping him on task as far as that goes.
Maybe it's in the contract. Maybe PBD couldn't ask questions either.
Oh, 100%. I mean, well, I think that's what we're seeing. I think I want to see the contract. Expose the contract.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like a debate contract from a master debater. It sounds like, hey, I'm going to give you $300,000 and we're going to do this on my terms. And, I mean, Candace agreed to it, but that doesn't prevent us from saying that's not good faith or that's not a debate, right?
It literally looked like she didn't want to do it, but then she was just like, okay, just agree to whatever he says and let's just do it, whatever. And
Daisy. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. No, it's fine.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying, Daisy sent a super chat on my side. She said someone should check on Gary.
Oh, Gary will have. Look, we can predict what's going to happen. Everyone will be like, oh, Candace didn't provide any evidence. Oh, Andrew won and he got her and he destroyed her. We know what's going to happen. We're prepared for it. I knew from the start, no matter what will happen in this debate, that would be the reaction.
Yeah, Andrew's cult is going to say the same thing, that Candace got bodied, that she shouldn't be like her argument was obliterated, destroyed. Like they use all the same terms, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
she should never be able to talk about this again. They say the same things. Yeah, but I saw Daisy's tweet. I think or post on X, like somebody check on Gare Bear.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't read it. Sorry. Like the video and support Kasia. Esteban Esquivel. Thank you very much for being a member and supporting. Go
Darren,
in your friendly voice.
Darren, every investigation will have hundreds, even thousands of leads, and 99% of them go nowhere, but you still have to follow them all right up to any dead end or overwhelming proof. Candace is doing the same. Yeah, I researched and I found out that I think it was like over 100 people called in and they said they actually committed the crime. And this is very common in high profile assassinations where you have sometimes thousands of people call in to say they committed the crime. A lot of it is people that are crazy. A lot of people just want a 3 hots in a cot, or they don't care. I don't know why they do it, but you can look it up. People they call in all the time. Look it up. I think it was like 500 for every crime or something like that.
I don't know why I'm laughing, but like it's
crazy.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
All right, you guys, sorry to interrupt. I do have to head out. It was an absolute pleasure doing the live stream with you guys, and thank you so much. It sucks I don't get to read all the super chats, but thank you guys in advance for all of the super chats that were given to my channel, all the memberships that were given. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I thank you guys for watching with us.
We definitely
Thank you,
appreciate you
Nissy.
being here. And we'll have to, I like these events. I like doing these creator events. So we'll have to keep doing these.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Really nice meeting you, Nissy, and great time today. Thank you.
Yes, nice to meet you guys too. Like I said before, I met Trigger and Cassia before. My first time speaking to Zach and Danks, so it's a pleasure to finally formally meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you, Nissy. I really enjoyed doing this with you, and hopefully we can let's plan to do something at some point again in the future.
Of course, I'm gonna come on your channel and you have to sing. Because you baited me with that. I thought you were being serious, and now you have to do it.
Yeah, and then I rapped and you didn't rap. What happened?
I play violin. We're forming a band.
They took control of the rap and then got me all shy. So I couldn't follow that up.
He was like, "Wait, is that a freestyle?" No, we can't.
All right, thank you, Nissy.
All right, thank you guys so much. Take care. Everyone have a great weekend.
Bye, Nissy. You too.
Yeah, flock cameras are everywhere. Nothing with Tyler Robinson. Nothing. Yeah, interestingly enough, if you don't mind, can I share real quick? I want to share something.
I would just keep going. We're short on time for everybody.
I was just going to show there's so many flock cameras. I have a map, and you can see the whole area is like at least 50 to 100. It's crazy.
I have 100 just in Omaha.
Jeez.
Oh, sorry. I think that was one of my comments. Can you guys pull that one back up? The flock cameras one? My bad. From Intuition Gen right there.
Coming right up here.
Flock cameras are everywhere. Nothing with TR. Nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's all. If that's an example of all of that crystal clear video evidence that we're supposed to have of Tyler Robinson, that that we're not seeing. Of this overwhelming evidence that we're supposed to have. I thought one of the things that Barron shared yesterday, I thought that was very interesting, was he had the. I don't know what software it is. You guys might know better than me. Where he was looking at like the overall map, and he was talking about how the pictures are used, and that one clip of the street, which is just south of where Tyler Robinson's car allegedly was or Tyler Robinson's car, whoever was the shooter on the roof. He had parked his car in the neighborhoods next to UVU, and Barron has found the Dodge Challenger parked. And when he traveled south looking at like the overall footage, the aerial footage of that, there's a pretty clear clip out of a spot in the street. And he was saying that looks pretty intentional. He's never seen that bad of a clip on that aerial footage before. So thought that was pretty interesting as far as some of the footage or lack thereof of Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, there's very limited footage of Tyler Robinson for the amount of cameras that are just in the vicinity or in general.
Let's keep going. Was Charlie cremated after his body was put on display for EK to get her photo shoot? If not, I suspect his body will need to be exhumed if his memory is ever going to receive justice and the truth. Was Charlie cremated after? A lot of people are thinking that that's a possibility for sure, but there's no confirmation of what's been done with his body at this point. I don't believe.
Yeah, they don't show up the same way for some reason on mine. Like when I scroll to the next yellow. Jungle Mike.
Andrew was, you read it. Better you read it. Yeah.
Andrew was never here to win the debate. He was sent to find out what Candace knows and who her sources are. I mean, I think that he wanted to win the debate. I think he seems very confident that he was going to. I don't know.
But then open blowout.
I found him very unprepared. No. I found him very unprepared. It was, I assumed that what I said from the beginning, I thought he would pull out some crazy evidence that they provided him. Okay, that text message, cool. Again, he said he will reveal it on his own terms on his channel or tomorrow or whatever. He didn't show it to us. He just read it. I thought the message was the beginning. And I'm like, whoa, we're in for a ride. If they provided him some, things to surprise her. So I was ready for that. I didn't get it. Again, he didn't know the charges. That was a very good moment for her to be like, okay, you're arguing his case. You claim that he's supposed to be sentenced to death, but you don't even know what he's charged with. You don't know the case. And then he's like, I'll watch the case. All right. That was a good moment.
I want to make sure some of these bigger ones get hit as well. So you can stay where you're at, and I'll hit the red ones occasionally. This is from Michael Freeman. This was for Nissy. Says, thank you for live streaming this. Nissy, you are the best. Thanks for your super chat. And then you can go ahead.
Okay.
Helga Shabalaba Ding Dong. I'm listening on my phone. I have every other device in my house watching all of your channels, so you get all the views. Appreciate you all. Wow.
Very sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Felony murder is only if someone dies during the commission of another crime. I think you mean conspiracy to commit murder or charged as an accomplice. And I believe this is Octavia Levon, who I've had on my podcast a few times, the lawyer that was talking about the prosecution and defense filings.
Oh, I was just watching it today. She's great.
Yeah, thanks for the super.
Waste my time. $20. This point was reaffirmed for me in the defense reply. They need the capital punishment removed so they can talk about what Tyler actually did. Yeah. So that right there, where Zach covered it, I covered it, Baron covered it with Benny Johnson, acting as if this defense filing motion it's the exact opposite of what they're trying to sell you. It's so sinister. You're taking information and you're using people, the fact that they're not educated on the specific topic, or they don't read it, or whatever it might be. They're using that against you, and they're saying, hey, we're not going to give you real information. We're going to spin it into our truth. And it's opposite truth. It's not true.
Thanks, that's you.
49. Oh, wow. Hope Bean, thank you. Thank you and love you all. Thanks for mommy and baby. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, everyone. Christ is King. God bless you. Thank you, Hope Bean. I appreciate the big super chat.
Andrew, no, that's not mine. It is mine. Andrew is a proud graduate of the Kamala Harris Word Salad School of Debate. Go Max. Nay 4556. We almost. I mean, he tried. He tried. I see. He's just too transparent for Candace. That's why none of it worked. I mean, when he's going on whatever podcast and he's debating OF girls who don't know those techniques, like Trigger said, they will fall for it. He can sit there and he can extract whatever he wants. Not out of all of them, apparently.
I noticed he goes like this. He leans like he was leaning like in a corner. Would put his hand on his chin. It seemed like when he was doing his like sneaky tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe she caught onto that too.
She did, and the fact that he was rushing her, he's like, "Okay, name 7 charges, name them right now," and she's like, "No, I'll take my time. What are you doing?" So yeah, it was cool.
I'm not sure who this is. It's further down, so I won't have you guys skip. Rosas, thanks for the large super chat. Andrew was wearing an earpiece and had his phone. In addition, he could hear the clip that Candace could not. Remember when PDB was given the play-by-play, he exposed that he has access she did not. They both had an earpieces so they could hear whatever was played through the media. So any clips that were played, that's what they were listening to. But we also don't know if in addition to that, they had someone on their ear talking to him or something. It doesn't seem like they did. But he did have his phone, and she didn't check his phone.
Yeah, she did not check his phone. He wouldn't give it. I wish she was like, okay, show your phone to PVD if you're receiving tips. It looked like, I'm telling you, at the end when he circled all the way back from the beginning, what they were already went through, it looked to me as if someone like, okay, one more chance. These 3 things, ask her these 3 things again and try and get her on that. I don't know. She just addressed some of the holes and they are both ignoring it, and Andrew is doing the same circle nonsense. No matter what she says, he will continue to gaslight, and PVD is doing nothing. Yes, Kati 5003, we agree. We absolutely agree. Thank you for the super.
Matt, pull up my tab real quick. Andrew Wilson just put out a post 14 minutes ago on X.
Let's see it.
They had nothing and never had anything. Done.
Wow.
Ew. That is so lame.
How much did he raise?
Let me pull up. Want me to pull up his Give Send Go real quick?
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to get more if it pours in after this.
Boy.
That would be very
That's what I'm
telling.
curious about. That's what I'm curious about. Yeah.
Oh shoot, hang on. I got it.
I'll give you a second.
It went to a different tab. Hold on. Let me get this tab up.
That's so cringe.
PBD posted as well. He said the people won today. Whatever side you're on, respect to Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson for stepping into the arena and having the debate. It's not easy. Agree or disagree with either of them. Give credit to both for showing up and putting their ideas on the line.
He made it a marketing and business ploy, basically.
Yeah.
All right. Cassie, do you want to read that one?
Yeah. Ivy Angel, thank you for the super. He didn't go into her conspiracies and let her lay out her full claim and evidence because him and PBD don't want their audiences actually hearing Candace's evidence because she will win over their audience with common sense. Same reason to Fort Huachuca talk.
Yeah.
Like I say, we, for the first half or like most of the debate, we were complaining that she's not going aggressive enough, that she's not cross-examining him, she's not asking enough questions. And then there was this little slip up where She's like, can I ask a question? And he goes, no. And then there is a contract mentioned. It's driving me insane. I need more details about it. I hope she's going to do a podcast on Monday and she will go point by point and she'll explain what was in the contract, what was the clauses, what she was able to do and what she wasn't able to do. I'm very curious about it. Okay. So we
go
have
ahead.
this one. Oh, is it me?
Yeah.
All right. My problem is this, JV says. Why is the onus of proof on Candace? His stance is, you must prove to me this man is innocent because he's been deemed guilty by our government, guilty until proven innocent.
Mhm.
Yeah, we all have issue with that. I don't know why would she agree to that? She can't defend it. I already said why. So we agree here. All right.
Zach, do you want to read this one? This is another one by Abby Angel.
Yeah. He started with Charlie Kirk text because he was hoping she would get nervous and drop her unrevealed stuff to counter. He had no intention of revealing new things. That was bait. She didn't take it. See, he didn't go back to it or let her see it. So lame. Yeah, I think that opening statement that he had prepared that he read, it contained a number of different traps that he tried to lay for as bait. We talked, I mean, I think that revealing those text messages and you know, never before seen type of stuff, I think probably, you know, was maybe a little bit of an intimidation factor. And it was also maybe a trap. I thought she played that really well, though. I don't think she played into it poorly. I think she was like, well, it's good to know that you're working with Turning Point USA. I thought she actually spun that really well. I thought her response there was really good.
I
Zach,
want
this
to
is
just
yours as
add
well.
something. I want to add something to this
Mhm.
because if it's true that he just texted them and they provided stuff to him, that was it. They had this magnificent opportunity to play a video of Charlie appointing Erica. They had so many things that they could clarify through this debate. They chose not to, or they just don't have anything to back it up. So I don't know. They
This
shot
is
themselves
where
in the foot.
I think this is where a list of topics should have been given to PBD, and he should have said, "Hey, like, let's dive into this." But instead, you didn't even get to the other part of the show, the second half, Patsy.
Yeah.
You know, so now are you
Yeah.
setting up a round two? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean?
Well, they did Patsy in the
agree.
first part of the show.
Well, what was the structure supposed to be? If the second half was Patsy, when was the overwhelming evidence side?
It
Yeah.
was supposed to be, yeah. That's the thing is like whatever they said they were going to do, they didn't really do it. You know, I don't feel that
there
way.
was no overwhelming evidence side of this debate. If that
No.
was supposed to be discussed.
All right, Zach, you're
No,
up.
there was nothing.
And his overwhelming
Hold
explanation
up.
is that
We got to keep going, guys. We have a lot to get through.
Julie, thank you for the 5 Zach Costello memberships. Zach Costello membership show every Monday, if you guys are wondering.
I didn't know we
Try
were
that.
fishing today, Mr. Teep USA, man. I forgot my fishing pole. Is this guy on math? Something isn't right in Wilsonville. The foot in his jerkiness is odd, maybe withdrawal symptoms. Everything about this is painful. Yeah, I don't know.
I think he was also being impatient. He was like, oh, she's not saying what I want her to say. It's like, okay, we move on. Yeah, he looked a little bit nervous.
It's okay, guy. Hey, Court Dog, good to see you. PBD's brain cannot process all of this information fast enough to moderate effectively. He's not quick enough to stop Andrew from licking his own ditch. What the heck? Jeez.
Oh boy.
This is the last
Yay.
large one. I'm not sure who this was sent to, but thanks for the super chat.
Thank you. Celtic RN, $10. When all of this is said and done, Andrew will wallow around in his self-perpetuated victimhood because he was outnumbered. He got his arse handed to him by pregnant women. Yeah, I would say, you know, right now he's saying, oh, she had nothing. But as the chats on X roll in, he's going to end up finding some corner to put himself in, I'm sure.
I saw someone say that they felt sorry for Candace's baby for having to have listened to that.
10 memberships for Zach.
Oh, thank you.
Do you do any lives or any member stuff?
I've done 3, but I'm basically going to try to go every Monday to see how that works. So that's my plan now going forward. Members only Monday is what we're going to do for a little bit.
Nice. Members only Saturday mornings, Pacific time here. Celtic RN, $10. Quick question. Would Charlie want this debate to continue or to end? Are we doing our pursuit for truth and justice for him more harm than good by this point? Trigger, maybe do a poll. Thanks. What time did that come in?
I lost it now. Wait.
Yeah, I was wondering how long. This is actually a good question.
This was, for me, it was 9 p.m. So it was 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago. So, okay. So about 3 hours in. Yeah, I think that was the point to where it was kind of like where I said Andrew would have been fine. And they actually did cut it after that. So what do you think? Do you think Charlie would approve of this debate in general? I don't even think he'd want to. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think it was productive enough for Charlie's level. The conversations that he was also a moderator in a lot of debates, and he was good at it. And then when he was debater for living, no, it wasn't productive enough. It was Andrew Wilson was saying, oh, one of the rules should be no gotchas, no this, it's supposed to be cross-examination, but he was trying to get those gotchas. He was trying to say something defamatory, and he didn't succeed. He's bitter. He will play a winner. It is what it is.
Mauser K98 has 4 screws to assemble and disassemble. You have to know which 2 screws to put in first. Referring to time limits, 4 screws, 2 of which are a different size from the film shown should not have enough time, maybe. Yeah, maybe screwing together something that during the time we don't see, because there's apparently 10 minutes of footage that we don't see before they do the battle crawl or whatever, and then take the shot, allegedly. But there's no way that they unscrewed anything, and I don't see any rifle on that roof from any footage we've seen at all. Andrew is rope-a-doping around the ring. He's stalling, trying to find a clip that they can boost. Thank you, Henny.
That's the thing. The clips were so unsuccessful and so brought nothing to conversation because, yeah, they were making a claim, and Candace was literally say, yeah, it's true. I said that. This is what I meant. They would play a clip to get a gotcha, and still they weren't getting it because she's like, yeah, I said it. I still believe it. So and I don't know what was the point.
Oh, and Andrew's team was trying to control just the overall timing and the topics of the debate. Like it would be along the lines of like Andrew asking and interrogating Candace making a defense of that claim, going to the next one, and then Andrew's team would want something else played. PBD stepping in, being like, Andrew's team has a video that we're going to watch. Like it was a constant barrage, and it was Andrew and it was Andrew's team that were involved in it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Candace just let them do whatever, and she just, let it roll. And
that's exactly what she did. That's exactly what she did, and that takes skill and that takes talent.
Yeah,
she was just like, come at me. Like basically, that was her position as far as this goes.
But it would have been nice to have her team pull up strong counter arguments against, But
I agree.
Steph be like member for 6 months. I believe she, like Zach, when he debated him, realizes that he's not here to debate the facts, but to trap, deflect, and insult. Is that what you saw? A lot of the same.
100%. Like I kind of recapped it and called it like a slog of a conversation that felt like we didn't really get anywhere. And then the same reaction afterwards of like Andrew and the Colt being like, that was destruction. Like, how is Zach Costello ever going to be able to show his face again on social media? So it's like, it's the same stuff, but it was very similar. It was kind of a slog. It was more like, and again, me seeing that game, I knew exactly what he was going to do. He was going to get her to make a claim and then just have her try to defend that claim within like a narrow scope for the entire time. And that's exactly what he did. He was gonna nitpick on terms and semantics and try to drag her down into that game, and he did it. That is a strategy. I thought Candace did a good job of at least calling him out for it, and he was condescending too. Like being condescending is an approach that he also takes. Like I think he called me like, "You're a nice young man" or something like that. I'm like, bro, like I got 5 kids with one on the way. Like I'm an adult. I'm a grown man. Okay, you can talk to me like I'm a peer. You're not going to talk to me like you're my dad, right? And
that's what she said too. Yeah.
Candace interrupted that very quickly, and I thought that was a good that was good on her. That was good for her to do.
Just real quick, Baron said that on X, Candace obviously is trending as you would expect, but guess what else is trending along with Candace? Smoke Boy.
Oh, Smoke Boy.
Officially we trended.
Let's go. Waste my time. Candace Owens with some good faith and prepared for Andrew Wilson not to. Came with good faith. Yeah, she came with good faith and Andrew Wilson not to. She said the internet and CO have clocked that Andrew Wilson is only there to get Candace to say something. He even said he didn't watch the gotcha clips. He was never coming with good faith. Yeah, I can see.
No, he came unprepared. Like I said, the stuff he was addressing, even the way he was addressing it, he was clueless.
JV asking for the defense of lone wolf narrative is a zero-sum game. Candace is playing this perfectly. Stand your ground that reasonable doubt exists and prove legitimacy to questioning the narrative. Yeah. Asking for defense of a lone wolf narrative is a zero-sum game. It's perfectly. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a zero-sum game no matter what we do. Like we're not winning. Nobody's winning. So.
But it's what Zach said. It shouldn't have been her defending that Tyler was a patsy. It was supposed to be the lone wolf narrative. But again, they couldn't construct it this way because even Andrew Colvett was questioning this narrative. So what are we even talking about?
Correct.
The fact that all of the security team knew there was only going to be one shot has not been brought up. Yeah, that's a great point. It seemed like everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people there were not afraid of a second shot. Oh, yeah, it just seemed like there was no more threat. So we just decided to walk around some more right there. Yeah, sounds great. Let's go to Chick-fil-A. Lori Nelson Posner, 1999. I was on a debating team, and this was not run like a debate. Smoke Boy was talking over her. The moderator lost all control and let SB run all over her. I wish she didn't agree to this with such an unknown character. Yeah, again, it should have been one of the TPUSA people, in my opinion.
Yeah. This one wasn't read.
Esteban Esquivel. All of this is a waste of time. Patrick Bet, star of David, is a terrible moderator.
French, Spanish. We're discovering some talent.
That's a hilarious nickname. That's good.
It feels too. Yeah, that came out in the show yesterday because of the fact that he said he was being looked at for Iran leadership. It happened as I imagined. This was terrible. Smoke Boy, in my opinion, was sent by TPUSA. They got her into a lawsuit or sources being revealed. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about as well.
Yeah, I think part of the strategy too was to send him out to make her look really stupid and crazy, and they did not succeed in doing that. I think she showed that she has a lot of very detailed knowledge of the case. Like she knows the nooks and crannies of it, and she doubts the official narrative. I think she did. I think she did a pretty good job of that, despite not being able to be in a spot where she could really pick apart the overwhelming evidence. Because I just felt like she didn't have many opportunities for that. It kept getting deflected back onto her, just because it seems like because of how it was structured and structured both by them, but contractually, it seems like as well.
You know what it looks like to me? As if Andrew Wilson, it literally looks like this. He got interested in the case because Erica Kirk or whoever from TPUSA called him in. And it's like, okay, let me catch up quickly on what's going on. And he did it on social media, on X, quickly. What are the like main stuff people are talking about now? He is absolutely not familiar with the case, with nooks and crannies, with what Candace was covering at all. And that's why it all felt very underwhelming. He couldn't get into it with her because he simply doesn't know. He has no deep knowledge of it.
Yeah, I think he decided to get into this debate because it's a hot topic to debate right now.
Yes, 100%. Go Danks. Now in Chinese.
Bobby Lynn. I've always disliked this. I really dislike him more now. I can't wait for you guys to destroy him in the other recaps. Yeah, there's going to be plenty of content this weekend.
We are going to destroy, body, obliterate, atomize Andrew Wilson.
You heard it here
There you
first,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. Coffee for crazy. I'm as excited to hear Kassia's breakdown of this as I was for the debate. Hey,
there you go.
I got you, girl. I got you,
let's
girl. It's
go.
coming. Maybe not tomorrow because I might need to sleep, but because what is it? 11:30 p.m. for me now. We'll see. I'll try to do something.
So this was
Okay.
Andrew Wilson interviews Candace
Yeah.
Owens. I thought he was a master debaters. Yeah. Interesting, yeah. It turned in from a debate to an interview.
But that was such a crazy answer when she goes, "Didn't you call Erica a retard? Why did you do that?" And he's like, "Because all women are retards." What an answer. This is just so embarrassing. I'm sorry. I can't get over it. And I'm not embarrassed for him because like feminism and stuff. It's just like, this is the comeback you came up with. That's all. This is your win sentence. Ew.
Super sticker by Walter, 65. Lori Wilder, he couldn't name a single charge and was throwing a fit like a 2-year-old when she pushed him for an answer. Was wild. You guys said she had to remain calm, and she did. She was amazing. Yeah, I agree. She did great. She wanted to boost the intensity. It's just that he wouldn't match her.
No, he was refusing. Yeah, he wouldn't go there.
No.
But again, I think part of it is because he doesn't have a deep knowledge. He memorized the points that he was attacking her with, and he couldn't go anywhere outside of it.
Yeah, she did great. I think under their contract, she wasn't allowed to ask him questions during the second half. It was supposed to be just him asking her questions. That's why she asked if she could and said no. Oh, I see. So the first half was half and half. Him ask, she ask. Is that what it is?
Okay, fine. But the first half was not just Candace peppering Andrew with questions.
No.
No.
It was literally
it was just Andrew accusing and asking Candace questions the entire time. So, yeah, I don't know.
We need to see that contract.
I can already see X feed now. Andrew totally obliterated Candace and the Candy Crew with the overwhelming evidence. Evidence. He brought evidence, Andrew. But the receipt, it was fake, bro. Evidence.
So Andrew didn't have a evidence for the receipt to be fake. Yeah, he couldn't prove anything back. So that's another thing. He wants her to defend it, but he also is not bringing anything to the table himself. He's like, "Oh, I went and checked. And according to my source, according to what I've researched, according to my team, the receipt was fake because this and that." So there was no back and forth. He was just like, "Okay, is she going to bury herself without me touching it?" I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Show me the evidence that Tyler Robinson was on the Losi Center rooftop. Like you can't, you cannot do that.
Cassia, do a live in a day or two with your opinions so we can ask questions, please.
Okay, I will. You don't need to ask twice. Okay, next one.
Yes, girl, bring it back to Charlie. Yeah. It's all for Charlie at the end, right? Truth for Charlie.
Oh yeah, definitely. Andrew, his first priority is to keep the legacy of Charlie Kirk. You know, because he loved him so much.
He lost when at the beginning he said he was only 75 to 85% confident in the overwhelming evidence. Debate lost instantly. Yeah. Yeah. It gives him an out at the beginning, you know. And to address the comment from before about does it support how they were asking questions, it says that partly. Candace said that I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. So yes, the back half was his block to question her. The supporter is right about that. But where it breaks is 2.5 minutes later, she asked a question and was told to go ahead. Well, I also would just, if I might ask a question, is that permitted? Go ahead. The question she asked was, which one of these charges do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of? And then that was the most damning exchange, where reading the no in context, it looks like it meant wait for the clip first rather than never. I don't know. It's saying it breaks. So yeah, obviously it breaks.
I don't know. But here is the thing. That's why he changed the word, because yeah, it was overwhelming evidence, and he's like, the way I understand overwhelming is it's convincing.
Convincing, yeah. Convincing at 75%.
Exactly. So again, he's very transparent, guys.
Before you do that one, I'm just gonna hit these really quick. These just came in for everyone.
Okay.
Marvio Moke dropping bombs on everyone. We have one there. We have one there on another channel. We have one there on another channel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have Ivy Angel. He didn't want to talk about the non-gun on the roof because he would have to say, I see a gun. Yeah, good point. Instead, he asked about FR. What is that? And rest receipt. Not uncompressed parking
Father's
lot pic.
rifle? No, that's not. I don't know.
Not LT DNA on towel, Dremel, and screwdriver. Yeah, that's true. So she actually mentioned at least twice she wanted to talk about the towel and screwdriver and stuff, and he would never go there.
Mm-mm.
And then he harped on DNA mistake on the rifle. Yeah, which it was a mistake, sure, but she admitted to it. That's the difference, right? Like she would concede.
What was the point of bringing it up if she admitted that it was a mistake before the debate? She was, yeah. So like, we can get things wrong, and then he's like, I understand, I could be wrong, you could be wrong, and she's like, yeah, that's why I said I was wrong. So what are we talking about?
Yeah,
I think that was gracious to him. When you meet someone who emanates light, Candace, it's hard to fight the light. Truth always wins. Christ is king.
Is that Texas gal Sophia? Did she change her name?
I'm not sure.
If that's you, let us know. I haven't seen you in a while.
Candace is all class. QED. Yeah, she's classy lady, huh? Anyone else think it's strange that Andrew used the term negotiated out, just like Tyler did in confession? Huh? Then Andy looked like he had just eaten a canary and his rhetoric started to disintegrate. Did anyone else think it's strange that Andrew used the term negotiated out, just like Tyler did? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Some hate can't be negotiated, or some hate can't be negotiated out. Like, what did Tyler say?
That's what Tyler said. I don't remember what Andrew said, though.
Yeah, we need to double check that.
Can you check that, Danks, as we move to the other ones?
Yeah, I'm checking right now. In my opinion, Tyler and Lance will disappear, boots on the ground by Labor Day, and and Emmy, Candace, Baron, and all of us will have social media constraints and likely a big false flag in our homeland, all by our you-know-who. I mean, I don't know. I hope not. I don't like to think like that.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm going to the gulag. I already know this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's kind of scary where we're at right now.
What time are you guys at now? For
We are at
in America. In America, though.
an hour ago, 24 minutes.
Thanks. Where's this chat at? What number? What's
This
the time?
one, metal roofing. Shoot, I have no idea, bro.
I'll try to find it real quick. Oh, here we go. Is it the Andrew Wilson? Yeah, it's 3:24 Eastern, Matt. So 2:24 your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Andrew Wilson was just trying to bait her like the master baiter he wishes he was, but she did not fall for it. Exactly. Thank you, Metal Roofing. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, Debbie, thank you for the super. I think the agreement was changed at the last minute because I don't think Candace would have titled it debate. Andrew is definitely TPUSA whipping boy. Love Candace and all you podcasters. We want the truth.
So
Yeah.
the negotiated out, it shows up once that I have about an hour and 4 minutes in, and its context, it's about them negotiating which side takes which position in the debate. And honestly, I'm not even sure that's Andrew talking. It runs right into Candace's line about wanting her hour and a half. So I don't.
Is it exactly negotiated out?
Yeah, that's what it pulled up. If it's something else, then I would need. I mean,
Negotiated out. That's like, that sounds weird.
It's not common. I mean, I don't know. Catherine McDavid, thanks for the super. Andrew acted like a cheating husband whose wife presented him with unending red flags and inconsistencies, factual phone bill and bank records. He just smiles and he says, "Where's your proof?" Yeah, he's his debate tactics are to just win and frustrate the other person. It's not to get a point across or like have an end result that's like inspires people or anything. It's purely just for competition, which to me, I felt like this was pretty much nothing good came out of this technically, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Well, I guess new information. We know that a text came out. So, and they both conceded their points. They both conceded what they were there in the first place to argue. So that was interesting.
it's no surprise he lost someone. He lost to someone who sees as a retard. This Mr. Masturbator lost against a pickle jar. What?
There's a picture of that somewhere. My mind is blown. I'm still not whelming. You're still underwhelmed.
Yeah. Now you need to say I'm unconvinced, because there is a new meaning of that word. Sorry, not sorry.
Why the text?
Dragonfly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this Nissy?
Maybe. Why did the text say to protect one person, not protect me and me alone? Plus, they all failed to do that one thing. Every single one of them failed. How sad. Christ can go max. Good pickup. Well, did he say? Did they say you have one person to protect and that's me?
Yes. Tell them they have one person to protect.
Not. So they're saying why did the text say protect? You have one person to protect, not just protect me and me alone. Basically, it's semantics.
But everything.
This is going around on the internet.
Oh my
It's Andrew
gosh.
versus a jar of pickles.
That's terrible. So is Candace the jar of pickles? Is that what they're saying? He can't handle it.
He couldn't break her. He couldn't handle it.
You couldn't.
I don't know if we want to
Yeah.
get to this, but there's so Andrew Wilson is he's basically in his car on the way back, it looks like, from the debate, and he is talking with Steven Crowder, and he's got a pretty
Oh no.
he's got a pretty hot clip. I don't know if we want to bring that up right now.
I'm done. Whatever.
I'm curious.
Zach, what was your stop time? I was trying to remember.
I told my wife I was going to be a little bit later, so I have till 5 Eastern, so I've got about 22 minutes left.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, let me get this. Bring it up for me, Matt. So this is a post-debate recap here. Fresh off the debate,
I'm
Andrew
scared.
Wilson saying why he didn't need to push Candace Owens harder on her claims.
So he admits it. Okay.
There are people who will agree with you. And by the way, PBD's crowd mostly thought you won. We'll bring up our own poll. But you know that there are people who will already agree with you no matter what, people who will agree with her no matter what. Then there are some who have ears to hear, eyes to see. How do you think that needle will be moved from today?
I think it's the beginning of a snowball effect.
Okay.
So now that she's been challenged, I think, and had to give an accounting for the evidence, did a very poor job. I think that more of them will feel compelled to do more of these debates, or at least I'm hoping so. And I think that that'll create the snowball effect. At least that's what I'm hoping. But ultimately, there wasn't a need to push back too much on too many things, because she just admitted that she didn't have any evidence for anything.
Well,
So,
that
like,
was
where do you go from there? You're like, hey, do you have any evidence for that? And they're like, no. She went back on all of her claims. And so, like, where do you go from there? In other words, there was nowhere I needed to go to demonstrate what it was I was trying to demonstrate, which is that these people have lots and lots of claims, and the second they're confronted with them, they back off on all of them, every single time. Her sources, what a joke that was. My sources told me. Well, what validates your sources? The fact that I've released some, footage and stuff.
Yeah.
How would that validate your sources in these things? That makes no sense at all. These, I think ultimately, I'm sure that there's going to be some negative clips about me, especially pushed by the Owens people. But ultimately,
I'm going to do some negative clips on you, but that's just for funsies.
of course. But ultimately, she didn't have anything. She had nothing. She literally had nothing. And so what made this an easy debate for me was that she didn't fucking have nothing. It's like, what do you want me to do?
That was a double negative.
Well, if she didn't have nothing, that means she had something.
He said she didn't have nothing, so she had something, which
So
means she
had
won.
something. Therefore,
Boom.
yeah.
Clip that. Put it up.
Yeah. That was predictable.
I mean, we knew that was going to come out. We knew it was going to come out after the fact. We knew that it was going to be, oh, she has nothing. There's no evidence to support her claims. And again, the burden is being shifted, and that's exactly what that was exactly his strategy, and that's what he's trying to do. There is certainly legitimate evidence, especially when you look at the circumstantial web of evidence that we have, that there is reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson was the lone wolf narrative in the Charlie Kirk assassination case. I mean, him bringing up the different claims that Candace made. I mean, he tried to take her claims out of context and trap her with them. But again, the same analysis can be applied to him. He did not provide any justification that there is overwhelming evidence against Tyler Robinson. That was his claim. And the problem is that he just went through this whole debate, in air quotes, not being challenged on his own position. All he said was like, well, the text messages and Lance Twiggs says that Tyler Robinson did it. It's like, okay, like now we just need to go and poke holes. When Candace did that, it was very good. Like that was very effective for her, but she barely got the chance to do that.
Let's see this one here. Rational Artist saying for the super. Can you please set up a definitive test on how much shooting a rifle affects the dust and debris inside? So his point saying that just because you shoot a gun doesn't mean that it blows out all the dust and everything. There's some truth to that, but mostly because even shooting a gun itself will build up dust and soot. So if you've ever shot a gun regularly or a lot in one day, or with a suppressor on like a rifle, for example, there's going to be all kinds of buildup inside that barrel. So when they say dust, we need to know what dust means. Does that mean it's like dust from outside, like dirt from the ground? Or does it mean it's, unspent gunpowder? So we'd have to know more about that.
Yeah, like cobwebs in the gun and stuff, like it hasn't been used. I think that's what Candace is trying to claim. This is what she's getting at, that if there was dust inside, that means the gun hasn't been used, because it's like dust, that you find on old furniture, vintage stuff. So I don't know.
Shout out to SPN Firearms in the chat. Thanks for dropping by.
Solar Doc, thanks. That was for Nissy.
Blaze Green Star 999. What is one question you all have left after today? What needs clarity for you? Great question. What do you think? Anybody?
I think on both sides, I want to know what all evidence they both have, because it seems like they're both holding back.
I want to know what's Andrew's true relationship with TPUSA, because we saw now new things came out that Blake Neff in July wired him money, apparently for poker. So like, is he besties with Blake Neff, with Andrew Colvett? Like, what is happening there?
Well, he got hired officially to do the debate training as well. So, it's like Gary as well. Gary was defending them, and then all of a sudden now he's doing a podcast circuit up with them. Do they just like suck people in and make them their best friend and convince them to slander other people or whatever it may be, allegedly?
My question for Andrew would be, okay, you say that there's overwhelming evidence, but if you're only 75 to 80% convinced that Tyler Robinson took the shot, what causes that 25 to 20% doubt in your mind?
Mm-hmm. Great question.
I think for me, I would want to know, how does anybody not see that what Erica Kirk is doing, or at least admit that she's been strange, she's the fireworks, like the non-grieving, like all of this stuff, there's never been an admission from that side to say, you know what, yeah, it is, she probably shouldn't have come out to fireworks. They won't even go that far. It's like, do you really believe that everything is fine? I don't know. I mean, I know it doesn't directly answer, but I don't know how people can't see what we see, Two kinds of souls in this world, a soul and pure soul. Unfortunately, Andrew was the a-hole. Seemed like no humanity or care. Candace was pure stoic. You could tell from his expression, he was cooked. Yeah. No. He strikes me as the type of person that just thinks he's going to always win, and he always wins in his head.
Barbara April, thanks for the super. Thank you all for being here with us. Hugs, love, and prayers. Always Christ is Deanna King. So proud of our girl. Deanna King. Christ. I think that was maybe a typo. Christ is King. Thanks for the super.
Super, thank you. Super, thank you. $50. Dean Namitz. It appears they manipulated the framework to ambush Candace. By imposing a one-sided interrogative debate format, they created a tactical trap. If she withdrew, they would weaponize it against her. Oh, I did want to, on the one, because I didn't mention Candace, I want to know if she would have done the debate if the money wasn't involved.
Well, the fact that she was...
Sorry. Yep.
Well, just the fact that she seemed very motivated by boosting it to 300 and higher, I think that played a major factor. So I would say there's a pretty good chance she wouldn't have even entertained the idea for free.
Yeah. Probably true.
I think it was because he went on Rogan and he was like, look, we have all this money. And, I think she was trolling him by taking the money. Because, look, now he's scrambling. He's trying to you know, give, send, go, and whatever. So she called him. She called his bluff, and he had nowhere to run after that.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna, even if you were to recoup. I know, Trigger, where we're gonna go. Let me just say this: even if you wanted to recoup the money through going and doing appearances and growing, you'd have to get like another $200,000. You'd have to literally get like 50,000 views every single day for a year. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what, it's just not. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be able to pay off ever for him. But thank you, Chrissy Hughes.
He's only got like 71,000 of the 300,000, so he's a couple 100,000 and some change short. So, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah. Christy was responding to when you guys laughed because of how I was talking. She says, "Wasn't trying to find a husband." Oh, sorry, Christy. I thought you were. I didn't mean to pose. Miss Jendal, $20. He did not convince me with any overwhelming evidence. Much easier to believe Tyler Robinson did it. I want that. Was hoping this debate would convince me Charlie Kirk gets justice. Now I've lost hope. Charlie Kirk's Merker is still at large. I'm so sad. What's crazy is they don't think so. They think that is right where they need to be. So crazy.
Wendy, thanks for the super chat. I can never be married to someone who claims all women are that way. I would be so embarrassed. Actually, no, I just wouldn't even tolerate that from someone romantically, shaking my head. So I actually looked this up to fact check it. So he did say that for sure about Erica, but he also says it about women in general. So he's done posts where he just says like women are that way.
There are some people that are open about that. There's some people that would never say that in public. There are a lot of people that feel that way. It's I've seen that over the years.
I mean, you have to remember too that he's part of that kind of that manosphere, even though he says it's like something kind of slightly different, but they all have very similar views of women.
It's just a bad take. It's just so ignorant, you know.
Gerard Fox, thanks for the super chat. Just disappointed. Thought Candace was going to drop some unseen footage that we hadn't seen to destroy Andrew. Overall, Candace won easily. Yeah, I think I was expecting a lot more, like little like, oh yeah, well check this out, and just like throw, you know. But
I think everyone has like feels this like underwhelming, like a bit disappointed that it wasn't more explosive. I will say in that case, and not explosive in a way someone really had to win or lose, and it's just like
it didn't
we were
move the
expecting
needle.
more. Yeah, didn't hit the spot for me.
Too no more drama.
Yeah. Pickle Boy looked like a sweaty, nervous, arrogant excuse of a man. You guys are all so awesome and much appreciated. Keep going, Max, guys, and God bless. Catching up on all your content. We are always of getting married. Oh, congratulations on getting married, Missy Alaskan Princess. Congratulations. We have kids on the way. Pregnancies, marriages. How lovely.
My wife just asked me, she said, how's the stream going? Are we going to be able to afford the baby? I said, I hope so. It's going pretty good.
You could just buy a baby at this point.
After 6 hours.
Buy it. I know, huh?
Just do a give, send, go, Danks. I mean, hey, look, you and your wife decided to have a baby. Make it everybody else's responsibility to pay for it. Like this is what I'm doing with Joe Rogan. Look, I want to go on Joe Rogan to advance my career. I'm going to give, send, go. It's going to be really good for me. It's everyone else's responsibility to pay for it. Okay? Don't be selfish, you guys. This is great for my career. This is great for Dank's family. Give him the money. Come on.
Yes,
Come on.
let's go.
I don't care about your guys' grocery bills. Okay? Give Danks the money.
Yeah, I need the. We got a baby on the way. You don't need to eat. You can lose some weight. I guarantee.
You don't need
I
to.
guarantee.
You guys do not need to eat. Support Danks' family. Support my career. Okay, this is the way that it works now.
And then go donate to Andrew Wilson. Don't forget.
Yeah.
We have about 8 minutes, so let's get these last few out.
Our bad. My wife is a retired Fed prosecutor. I'm retired lieutenant, maybe. LE. We follow Nihilist, Cassia,
Law enforcement.
Candace Owens. Oh, law enforcement. Okay, good. Thank you. Candace Owens, Baron, and all of you. We strongly feel most of what the government and Toilet Paper USA has presented is garbage. The widow was poured into by many men in Satan. Did you all see that clip of she poured into? Yeah, it's kind of
It's her favorite word, like intentional as well is her favorite word. We need another compilation for this. Very intentional.
Oof. Oof. Get away from me. Just go away.
She's
This is this one. This is Nissy.
Maybe. In my opinion, this was a ploy by Andrew and TPUSA to distract Candace and everyone from the investigation so TPUSA can regroup. This week hasn't been a lot of investigation because talking about the debate and will pour over. Yeah. Well, definitely it's some kind of distraction. And I'm saying they cannot claim him as his own. He didn't do good enough job, I think. I think it's not going to happen. If he demolished Candace and he got her to say something defamatory, it would be a different story. I'm a new follower, Kasia. What time is it for you? What country? I'm in Cyprus. Taco Bell. Thank you, by the way, for the super. I'm in Cyprus and it's almost midnight for me. I'm okay.
The debate was torture. Didn't like Andrew before and definitely detest him now. I'll give Andrew some credit. He didn't swear. Candace definitely won that debate. Hey, good point. If they had so much overwhelming evidence, why didn't Erica ask Candace to be in that room instead of those already on her side? That would have debunked Candace's claims. Erica asked Candace to be in that room instead of those already on her side.
What would Candace Owens sitting in the courtroom do for anybody? Like, I mean, if the prosecution or the defense is going to call Candace Owens to the stand, like, is that they weren't, the defense wasn't calling any witnesses to the stand.
To do what?
The point of the preliminary trial was for the prosecution to submit evidence to prove probable cause against Tyler Robinson. I mean, that putting Candace Owens in the courtroom, sitting next to Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and Brandon Tatum, like, would have done something. Like, I don't think that that's a relevant claim.
Crypto, thanks for the super. Candace should have stressed that Andrew Wilson, aka the TPUSA megaphone, that's funny, had no thought of sending TR to death on a 75 to 80% certainty. Yeah, we discussed that and we agree. That's a very good talking point. Maybe it's something she'll bring up on her show later.
It is very good.
If CK was always in fear for his life and asked to wear a vest in the past, could the mentioned new evidence text be from past events that also landed on September 10th? Andrew Wilson didn't mention the year of the text he read aloud. Okay, this is like very technicality. I want to finally see that damn text. That's all I want to see. We've been hearing about it for a year. One says, oh, it's left. One says, oh, it's the little huts. Let's just see the text. Let's just see the video of Charlie appointing Erica. Let's just see it all.
Was that the text to Dan Flood? Is that the one that they're referring to? Because isn't that the one that came from the night before?
Yes, but he texted also Andrew Colvette, allegedly, and another guy. I don't remember who else. But apparently, Andrew Colvette's text was, they are going to unalive me. Not about the left. Maybe the text to the security team was about the left, but not the ones that he sent to other people. So this is what we need to know. This is how the debate should have gone, okay? That's how you address the text and why Erica lied about it. I'll say it again.
I mean, if Andrew Colvette sent the text message, to Joe Kent about Charlie Kirk leaving the pro-Israel cause or whatever message thread that was from, and he had the message of Charlie saying that they were worried that they were going to kill him, and then Andrew Colvette calls Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson in the immediate aftermath of Charlie being killed, saying that it was supposed to be you, saying that they needed to be careful, like because of the left, because of trannies, like that doesn't add up. Like none of that makes sense.
Yeah.
The money was to prove he needed the backing and that he was a hired gun for TP. She doesn't need the money because I keep buying her merch. Yeah, you're helping out Officer Tatum too with that one. Hunk Do, thanks for the super chat. Andrew Wilson said they were there for one-person security because that's what Valhalla and Baron have been screaming since it happened. Harpo failed his job, and he had one job to keep Charlie safe, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Electronic bookworm, Andrew seemed to have a higher standard for Candace to meet than the Utah prosecution team. The feds and Turning Point USA. Hard to get behind him when he practically needs Candace to video proof. FFS. Yeah, I think that personally, and I've said this on my channel, if you know what I've said, is that I believe that the burden of proof to get someone to death, trial for the death sentence, you should have to do everything like face your accuser and all that. This is way too low of an entry or a bar to get on trial for someone's life. It's just, I think that should be.
Yeah, but like Octavia would say to that comment, that technically that's what trial's for. Like preliminaries is not where that happens.
Yeah, but dude, that's crazy. Like you should have some, like for death sentence, you just someone saying that you did something and like a couple texts and that's it. That's
look, I'm also gonna play devil's advocate here, and I've said it many times already that people were convicted on much less. Okay, on much less, because here at least they can connect the dots. Maybe there is a guy that looks like him. Maybe they have some cell data of his locations. You know, there are these text messages, there are the bullets, there is a gun, there is a DNA, there is a... If you put it all together, from one side, yes, it's a lot of evidence that can be useful in the trial in order for prosecution to try and convict him. Definitely. On the other side, it's suspicious that there is so much evidence, you know, that aligns. There is the confession, and there are parents, and there is the bullet, and there are text messages, and all that is also very weird to me. And the CCTV that shows but doesn't really show. Sorry, not sorry. There were murderers that were convicted on much less, and they got the penalty. I'm just saying.
All right, this is our last. This is our last one here. We're going to read this, and then we are going to cut it there. We've been streaming for about 6 hours and 15 minutes, which is a beast of a stream. I know there's gamers that go like 24-hour streams, but we're not. This is a pretty long stream for us. But I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate the whole panel. You guys have stuck through this. This has been a very long day. And of course, we thank Nissy for being here as well earlier. I think what we'll do is we'll finish this one, and then don't forget to like, subscribe to all the channels. Make sure you guys show love to Candace. You know, some people are going over there and buying merch and different things. But let's go ahead and take care of this last one, and then we will see you. Hopefully, actually, you'll probably see some of us tomorrow doing some recaps and things. Do we know who this is?
I'll read it if you want. To believe the official narrative, you have to completely ignore all common sense. Based off their opening and closing statements, you can also see who has better character, which carries far. Good point. Great way to end it as well. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We appreciate you being here, and we will see you on the next one.
Thank you so much,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye.
God bless. Cheers. Take care.